So I would like to call to order the August 11, 2020 meeting of the Evanston Preservation Commission. I declare that we have a quorum of 6 of the 9 commissioners. And a reminder for the commissioners that we now have to do a roll call vote for each vote. So the first matter is we need to suspend the rules to allow members to participate electronically or by telephone. Would somebody like to make a motion to do that?
I move that we suspend the rules in order to have a virtual meeting. Not sure that's the wording.
Good enough. And a second?
I second.
Commissioner Bowden, second. So a roll call vote in favor, Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hacker,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
and I'm, yeah, so it carries unanimously. All right, so for the members of the public, we'll now proceed to go through the individual requests for certificates of appropriateness. The person speaking on behalf of each applicant should identify themselves, the capacity in which they're speaking, and present their application. I think, Scott can move through the application and the slides as need be. And if applicants wish to share their screen, I think we can arrange that too. We'll then have questions by the commissioners, and then we'll allow an opportunity for public comment. We're going to ask every member of the public who speaks to limit their remarks to 2 minutes apiece, so we can get through everybody. I'll remind people if you go beyond the 2 minutes, but we'd appreciate if everybody would do the courtesy of limiting their remarks, because this will probably be a fairly long meeting. And then we'll have any remaining discussion by the commissioners and hopefully a motion and a vote on each matter. So the first matter of, there's no old business, the first matter of new business up tonight is 1725 Hinman Avenue. Do we have a speaker for the applicant?
Yes, Jeff Eichhorn. Oh, hello. Yeah, my name is Jeff Eichhorn. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Architect on this project, so representing the client, the homeowner. Our project is mostly an interior renovation, but it involves some window removals or replacements. This is a good sheet that you have on here. Shows the house, the footprint. We're up on the north side there. It's called window change A. There's an existing casement window and an existing door that we would like to remove and replace with a new 3-window unit, which is a picture window with 2 casements flanking it. The second wall is window change B down at the south end there at the 1-car garage. There's an existing window there. It's a probably original single pane true divided glass window, but it's rather old and homeowners want to replace it with a new window in the garage. Most of the windows on this home have been replaced already. There's, I believe, maybe 2 or 3 other windows that are the original old true divided light windows. And that's one of them on the south side there in the garage. If you go down there, you can see more of the plan view of it. So up at the top in the north is the kitchen, which is the crux of the project, is a kitchen renovation. You'll see it's sort of small, so we're opening it up a little bit. And in order to continue the cabinetry around the kitchen, you'll see that there's a door there that goes off to a side stoop that we would like to remove. It's no longer really used at all. It doesn't serve too much of a purpose. And then the window there at the sink, that's an existing casement window that we want to replace. Then down at the bottom, you can see where the window is in the garage. We'd be replacing it same size and shape, not enlarging the opening or shrinking the opening at all, just a pure replacement. If we can scroll to the next sheet, that would be great. There we go. So there's the proposed So you can see in the kitchen there, just where the new window is being proposed to go, which is why we would need to eliminate the door and the existing window. I should note the window on the left that faces the front there is existing. We're not going to touch it at all. It's an existing aluminum clad double hung window. There's no window mullions in it. So you can see here where up at the top, this proposed north left elevation, you can see we've bubbled the new window that we're proposing. And then down below, there's the existing condition. So the house currently has a little bit of everything, I think, as far as windows go right now. It's got some aluminum clad casements. It's got the old true divided wood window. It has some, I think mostly they're all aluminum clad, but some have grills between the glass and some don't have grills at all. There's also others that have snapping grills. So a little bit of a hodgepodge. So what we were proposing to replace it is to match more of the front windows that are existing now, which are the aluminum clad without the mullions here in the kitchen. So that when you're in the kitchen, you don't have, you know, mullions on the side and none on the front. So we wanted to keep that consistent on the inside. The window trim that we're proposing would match more the historical one that we found that's on the existing garage window and several other windows, which is, you know, 3.5-inch wide flat stock casing with a stool, no apron, just 1.5 inches or so stool with a bevel on the top. So we would do that on both windows. The garage window, we'd actually save the trim here if we can. And if it gets damaged, we'd, you know, just replace it to match existing identically. So there you can see this, that we're replacing in kind. We'd match the mullion pattern that's in that window right now. It's just the difference is that instead of a true divided light window, we're proposing a simulated divide window right there. If we scroll down another sheet, I believe we could see there's some pictures of the existing conditions. So these are all of the kitchen side, the north end. The top letter D there shows the front window right now. That's that aluminum clad double hung window. Down below there, you can see the door with a little awning piece on it and the current casement window in the kitchen, which I believe is literally rotting away. So those are the ones that we're looking to change. This is the details of the proposed window. As I said, it's an aluminum clad wood window. Proposing it's a Pella Architect Series. The white cladding to match the existing that's there is just the details of it that, you know, the Pella has for the window. So we would just use that line, but you can see the window trim that we're using that we would match the existing with the 3.5-inch casing and the stool, the wood stool, and that would be wood to match the current materials on the house. If we slide down one more sheet, we come to the garage. This is the garage window. A couple of close-ups of the window, as well as one that's taken a little further back to see where it is on the side of the house there. Again, you can tell it is a single pane, true divided light window. We measured the mullions. They're about 7/8. There's a little bit of play since it's true puttied in there, but we averaged it out to about 7/8. And we would match that. So there's the details of the proposed window. Again, it's a Pella Architect Series, white aluminum cladding window. And then the trim would be wood to match what's currently there. And then I think there's one more sheet, if we can scroll to that. And these are just some more taken back a little bit further back of the house to see. You can see on the left side, we're looking towards the kitchen, just to kind of show what is visible of that side of the house. And then on the right side is of the garage. You can see, kind of get a little bit of a glimpse of that garage window on the side. So just wanted to show that. So relatively straightforward, but certainly happy to answer some questions that you guys might have. Any discussion?
Any questions for the applicant? No, it's a clear presentation. Any public comment on this matter? Any discussion? Okay, would somebody like to make a motion to approve? Any volunteers?
I can do
Name-
that.
Okay, go ahead, Beth.
All right, I move to approve the certificate of appropriateness to the property at 1725 Hinman Avenue in the Lakeshore Historic District, case 20 PRES 0186, which on the north elevation will remove the existing side door and casement window and replace with a new aluminum clad wood triple window. And on the south elevation will replace the existing garage wood window with single pane glass and replace it with an aluminum clad wood window. The applicable standards are alterations 1 through 10 and demolition 1 through 6.
Second, Commissioner Hacker. Okay, then a roll call vote. Commissioner Morris,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Hacker,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick, Elliot. Elliot, are you muted?
Yes. I guess
Are you muted?
I'm
Commissioner,
muted.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Simon's a yes. So it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. All right, I will.
All right. The second matter is 1111 Hinman Avenue.
Hello, that's me. I'm Alan Riggs.
Okay. Would you like to present your application?
Okay. Oh, how do I start? I see. Okay. And there's the plat, being that we're replacing siding and roofing shingles. We're not changing anything structurally in any way. So you can probably move past that unless somebody has questions. And that's just, yeah, go to the first photo. So on the first photo, you can see we're a connected house. We're the north side, the left in this case. And the red dotted line is where the house are divided. It's right at the edge of my neighbor's porch pier, and then actually divides a roof at the very top of the photo. There's a chimney that has 2 flues, and one comes into my office right here, and the other goes to my neighbor's house. So that's the divide from the street side. And you, in this second photo, you could see that down the, in fact, go back one, please. It does, because the shadow, this is from Google Earth, but that line shows the divide. And in the, what's somewhat unique about the house is in the back there where you, in the middle, you've got a dark rectangle. And that's actually a gap between the 2 houses. So we have, in that case, we have some north side, a couple of north side windows, and our neighbor has a couple of south side windows. Go ahead. This is the case where we're stripping off siding, and this stack of materials is looking underneath the aluminum siding from the foundation. And you'll see there's a multitude of things there, sort of. And my construction manager, who's listening in here, is he's pointed out that probably what we see here is a normal underneath the aluminum siding. We know there's some asphalt shingles coming down from the top. Is the first dark layer, and then the next 2 layers are probably the original siding. That includes the starting course, and beyond that is probably the whatever they called backer board back then elements. So we're going to strip to the siding. We think, we hope that's what we find. So go ahead. On the front porch, when we did some remodel, we replaced the front porch a few years ago. I actually took off the aluminum siding. And so what you see in these pictures is the current wood siding, which we don't know 100%, but we think is probably the original. It's a 2 3/4 inch reveal. You can see my tape measure there on the bottom right, shows a 2 3/4. And so we're hoping that we find something similar and it's in decent shape. Because we're connected, me and my neighbor, And we don't know what we're going to find. We don't know what shape it's going to be in. And we know from a neighbor across the street who did this 20 years ago, we know that one side may be in terrible shape and the other side might be in great shape because of weather patterns and stuff. And so in my application or in my write-up, we're trying to leave every avenue open. And so the top one is an example of hardy plank, which is across the street from us, put on last year. And the bottom is a photo from the website of the manufacturer of LP SmartSide, which is an engineered wood. That would be another consideration. In both cases, if we had to go one of those ways, or we decided to, the reveal, which they have a 4-inch reveal product, and they both have a smooth as well as a cedar product, a cedar look product. And we would, in either case, use their 4-inch reveal and use the smooth product in both cases. So this is an example of the window and door trim that's everywhere, every window, every door in the house on the exterior. The trim, you see it there around our front door, around one of our north side windows, and then the close-up of the front door, where it shows it's a 4-inch wide trim. You know, it's pretty standard, especially for that time. And that's literally every place in the house. There's no special anything anywhere. And it's, I might note that it's uncovered painted wood. So the only thing that's aluminum on this house is the siding. All the trim work, all the fascia, all the soffits, the soffit supports, which you can actually see sort of in the bottom 2 photos. You see the wide soffits and then the soffit supports. That's all painted wood, and I would guess original wood. So that'll all remain. The colors may change, but everything else will remain. So literally the only thing that will change will be the siding, whatever that ends up being. This is just the east elevation, back of the house. Everything's similar. The backup one. If I go into too much detail, yell at me. The thicker line you see up where the peak is, there's really no soffit on the house except what you saw in the front. This is an S.A. Jennings house, and I know he did it elsewhere too. That wide line is simply a piece of what looks to me like it's crown molding that under or to divide that area of the house. And there's some on the front of the house too. And there's no other soffits other than what you saw on the front. And the top one is the north elevation, which is that short piece where the houses are, 2 sides of the houses are divided. And I'm literally on the ground shooting up, trying to get as much of that side as I can get for you guys. And the bottom 2 is there's no way to get to the roof. So I hung out a dormer window, and you see what the existing roof shingles are. They're the middle grade of the dimensional shingles, and that's what we'll replace in kind, including the color. And that's what I got. What are your questions?
Questions? So I just wanted to ask.
Somebody raising their hand for a question, but I don't hear anything.
Lucy is raising.
Oh, I have a question.
Go ahead, Julie.
So we haven't dealt with a lot of double houses where just, where one owner is coming before us. And so I guess my concern is not what you're going to do, but what may happen if your neighbor does nothing. And that, so I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit about your neighbor. I know you don't have, it's just an odd situation.
Yeah.
So
I can't put.
Alan, do you want me to pipe in here? So I'm Alan's.
Sean, go ahead.
So I'm Alan's contractor. Sean from Etruscan Roofing. So I'm actually dealing with both Michael and Alan's project. We're pretty much on the same page. Alan has already got his, or sorry, Michael Davis has already got his, the storm, the report, the claim.
Approval from
He's already got approval from his, but we're just trying. The biggest thing on this is we don't know what we're going to find underneath. If the cedar's in good shape, what we're going to try to do is try to restore it. That would be our, our goal. But like Alan said, we don't know what, usually the south and the west sides of the building are going to be the areas that get hammered the worst because of, the sun and the exposure to rain. So we'll see kind of what it looks like, but, worst case scenario, if we have to end up replacing it, it would be replaced with, either the Hardy or the LP,
Right. I think, what I was asking, and maybe you've answered, I just couldn't tell. So the neighbor hasn't come before us. So if you do this work, and you do the work first?
So it'd probably be done in conjunction, is my guess. But yeah, he would have to apply for his, for certificate of appropriateness as well, and go through all that. His was literally just, I emailed him earlier today, and he finally gave me what their final numbers are coming in at, and so it's still in negotiation with the with State Farm to try to.
I see.
It's still kind of in flux on that side, but the good thing is Michael Davis. I mean, we don't have a signed contract with him, but he's indicated, and I've had my, our independent adjuster go over there. We've been in. It sounds like everything will be done together, the whole project. So that's the goal.
I might add, you might say a gift of the project is that both owners happen to have State Farm.
That's good.
So that helps Sean and his folks deal with both of us. And it's separate because it's two different homes, but we have the same contractor and the state insurer. So that's helping us, move forward better than it would be otherwise if everything was, separate.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Go ahead, Elliot.
Okay. We're assuming, and you're implying that both of you are on the same page, which means if you're going first and you choose LP, your neighbor doesn't decide that he's either going to save the old boards or use Hardy board. Is that right? I mean, because otherwise we're going to have this wonderful detail with a big reveal where the two homes meet. I'm ignoring the potential of colors. Right?
Yeah.
There.
Go ahead. We're both the State Farm and Sean, they're dealing with both of us separately to some degree. Michael Davis, who's the neighbor, he hasn't made all his decisions yet. And so we're hoping to match, but at this point, we don't know exactly what that combination is going to be. There really won't be any way to know until we get the siding off and see. And it may come down to, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of factors. By the way, we're both part of the Illinois property tax assessment freeze. We're both several years into that, and so that too is a factor for us. And so anyway, there's a lot of things to decide yet, and almost all the decisions are based on getting the aluminum off and seeing what we got. And
so
then,
I do have a question for you. Part of the tax assessment freeze based on you applied like as a historic property or
yes.
so that you have to have, I know that we had to do this. I don't know what it looks like now, but don't you have to have that approved in terms of what you're going to do?
Yes.
freeze. And so here's the thing, and this is a question for Mark, maybe, but it's really hard to sort of go about this and approve something where you don't know what part of a house, and trying to figure out what happens if the other party doesn't want to do what then is approved. And then it's not color, but it's siding reveal. And then what do you do? So that's a question. We actually haven't had something like this come up. Like I think the best case scenario is both of you would come together and say, here's what we're doing. And it would probably move freely through this process. So that's a question for, I don't know, Mark.
Well,
Mark.
let me at least start to respond. The
Mhm.
reason I came in now was because my wife and I, we kind of know the direction we hope to go. And I thought that if I wait to do this, once the wood siding's off, now I got a problem. I got a long wait. It's now probably the winter, all kinds of problems. So I thought, okay, I'll get this part out of the way. And I don't know Michael Davis's plan in that regard. I do know he's still got some questions. He's still talking with the state about the assessment freeze, whereas I've already talked to him and I'm okay with what they've proposed back to me. And so I'm just trying to stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah, but wouldn't the assessment for both of you require that there's only material that's replaced, like a common material for the front facade?
You hung for about 5 seconds. Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. For the assessment freeze, wouldn't you be required to have the same material that is selected for the front facade and not have two separate interpretations? It's
from the state standpoint.
Yes, yeah.
In just like this one, in our case, of course, we're two separate properties. The state, they deal with us individually, and we've talked to them individually. To be honest, I don't know the answer.
Uh-huh.
No.
What did the state say to you?
They've said, as you know, their preservation documents say, the preservation of original materials is of the highest priority. That's what they've said to me.
Well, that would imply that you're going to save the wood siding.
If I want to stay in the assessment, of course, either one of us can step out of the assessment freeze program at any time. But yes, that's correct. That's what we hope to happen. But I can't commit to it because there's too many variables, including what my neighbor decides to do or what we decide the other to do. So I'm trying to get ahead of it. That's all.
Yeah, you understand. It's hard for anyone else on the commission. It's really hard because it's it could be if the adjacent homeowner doesn't agree with you, then and they come before us. Well, here's what I'm just thinking about these different scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was approved, let's say tonight for you, and then your neighbor came before us, I think we would say, you need to replace, I don't know I think I'd say like, well, then you need to replace as your neighbor has. So there's one facade material. And so I don't know, I'm looking for other commissioners to weigh in on this and how you deal with something like this, because we actually haven't. I haven't, in 6 years, I haven't had something where someone came before us without the other party.
Yeah, I think I'm concerned too, because it's a roof replacement, which shares expanses. And so not to have that presented as one, I'm sure you can separate the north and south, but there are sections that continue across that property line. And so to have those separated out without understanding that they're going to be selecting the same asphalt shingle as were proposed here, Yeah, it's problematic for me as well. And if I might just bring up, well, I have another comment to make, but it doesn't have to do with it being a double house. So I'll wait till we continue. We can talk about double houses some more.
Let me respond to the roof. When the two sides we moved in, we actually bought the same summer and moved in the same fall and winter. And we replaced the roof that's now there, 8 years ago together. So I can't speak for Michael, but I'm anticipating that the roof is not an issue. It's already been done. We've done it together once. We calculated his size a slightly larger as we tweaked that, and so we'll do the same. The same thing with Sean's folks that we did.
The roof, as long as it's a replacement in kind,
Yeah.
we don't have to approve that. There are lots, and in any case, if one of them wanted to change it, then we would have to approve it. But they're not applying for that.
Yeah.
The applicants, he mentioned in his application, but it doesn't require approval. I do have one question
That's what I kind of figured that, since it's in kind.
Yeah, if I got, it's just one, maybe this is a technical question, but if you need to replace the wood panels, how would you, what's the criteria for choosing between the hardy board and the engineered wood?
Is that a question for me?
Or your contractor, sure.
Well, for me, it would be, it'd probably be cost, overall cost. And I think the overall cost is probably similar.
Both the hardy board and the LP have similar warranties. They have similar looks. The main difference is that the hardy board, the length of the panels, the longest that they come in is 12 feet, and the LP comes in 16, which just minimizes the seams.
So, I mean, when would you decide? How would you decide? Usually people come before us with a specific material selected and ask for approval.
Yeah,
That's more.
I was just trying to keep the options open. And if it came to that, one of those two, and Michael Davis had a strong desire for one or the other, and probably he's working with Sean, I suspect, on the goods and the bads and the uglies about both. My concern would be the color than which material, to be honest.
I've got a question, Mark.
Yes.
As I read the application, I'm not quite clear. Let's ignore the roof. I'm not quite sure why you're putting a new roof on after 8 years, but we're being asked to approve either wood, either hardy board, or LP. So we have a choice of 3 materials. What are we approving?
Or repair the wood.
No, the wood was my first one. Sorry.
Well, you
So
get repair
it's
the
either-
wood,
it's
new
either
wood.
we're tearing it off and we're going to fix the wood and paint it or whatever, or we're going to put hardy board over it, or we're going to put LP over it. And in fact, I was going to ask probably Sean, are you putting insulation under the hardy board or the LP, or is it just going straight over the original sheathing, or are you then going to pull off the wood and we're going to have a difference around the windows where you've changed the thickness? I mean, there's a whole bunch of questions here, and I'm not clear aside from Julie's major question of we don't even know what half this building is going to look like, which means you, Mr. Riggs, can come along and say, while we're at it, we're going to take the wood off, fur out 3/4 of an inch to an inch, put in rigid insulation on, put hardy board on. Your neighbor comes along and says, I'm going to leave the wood and whatever else. I have no idea what we're being asked to approve.
I'm not sure, I don't know this. I know it's unique, you all said. Given their separate properties, there's no co-ownership, there's none of that stuff, separate properties. I'm not sure you can co-approve them. that doesn't seem to make sense either, to be honest. So I've tried to present the argument in what I wrote up as here's the possibilities as I see right now. It'll be one of those three. And hopefully me and the neighbor can agree on one of those three.
I-
And it won't be vinyl, it won't be aluminum, it won't be steel. It won't be other materials.
Well, I have to say that I think that the only way that I could really understand this project is if you and your neighbor together decided, you took some of the material off to see what the underlayment was. You were together in how you were going to deal with the new material, and you came before us together. And I know it's two separate properties, but I just don't see how we would make a decision where, this house might look, especially, okay, one other thing here, especially where you've drawn the line on your elevation, it doesn't even go to the window trim. So you would have a joint, like somewhere in the middle of the wall. And that's, first of all, not a good detail. You really want to have, you want to rip everything off and have continuous siding or an underlayment. So I could not, it's just a really difficult decision coming from, even our standards. Like, how do you use your standards to say, well, you're approving half the house is one thing and the other half. So, I can think of a process to get to where you want, but to do it sort of like half this way. And also the other thing that Elliot said, I agree with, is seems like you have to do a little more investigation to actually figure out what material you are going to use. You might have to remove stuff to figure it out, and then come before us with the specific material. But the other piece of it, it's really difficult.
Would it be realistic for you to come back and for your neighbor to have made a decision and come back in December as to a common plan? I mean, in approving new materials, a change of materials, we're definitely entitled to review the context and, surrounding properties, including the one that's adjoining. And to the extent it would be incompatible with that, that would be a basis for turning it down. And so it would seem, it is next month too late to do that approval and to be able to have your neighbor have made a decision sufficiently so that we could approve something that both plan to do?
Is that a question?
Yes, that's a question.
I understand your frustration. Believe me, I share it. I thought I was presenting three possible sightings that any one of which would be approved. And I thought, well, okay, that kind of answers the question. Now, whether these two sides end up looking the same or not, I guess I don't know. I know I hope they are going to, and I would think Michael does too. But the bigger problem is we can't start work. We can't take off the siding and then get all these approvals, make all the decisions, and have whatever that lag time might be. Because now we got an uncovered house. We don't know what the shape the siding's in. That's a problem. So, the house exists in Evanston. There has to be a way around this. So.
Well, there's no question that you can get, you can present a plan and get it approved. But usually we have people come in with one presentation, seldom many alternatives. And here you've got about 3 alternatives multiplied by 2. Yeah. So there's, the variance. So it's basically like 6 alternatives. And I think that's just too much. I think I was thinking like, could we do some kind of conditional approval of, you could do this if your neighbor agreed to do the same thing. And that's just, it seems like it would be worth taking the 1 month to get your neighbor into, even if it's not this is exactly what we're going to do plan, to at least have like a common, reduce the alternatives considerably by at least having your neighbor in agreement with the plan.
I don't know when my neighbor, is going to, apply for the COA. I don't know that. I don't know if it's, I don't know. I'm sorry. So I don't know what the lag time would be in that case.
I mean, from his point of view, if we were to approve you doing something on the expectation that he would agree to match, and then he comes in and doesn't want to do what you want to do, I mean, it's really disadvantageous to him. And so I would think that the fact that we're continuing for a month to give him an opportunity to have a plan so he's not limited. I mean, again, if he refuses to do that, I think we're faced with a different situation next month. And we understand your desire to get this done and that you're going to need some flexibility because you don't know what you're going to find. But it does seem like it would be worth at least trying to get him, for his own benefit, to come up with a more of a plan by next month.
Well, Mark,
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things here is what would happen, and let's call this, just sort of an example. If we said, oh, well, we really want it to be, and we'll approve, or we make a motion to approve the 2 3/4 inch wood exposure that's there now, and that's what we approve, because as I think whether it was Julie or somebody said, that's what we'd really want to have under normal circumstances. We approve that, and that's what your certificate of appropriateness is. Not any of those other options, because I think, Mark, we need to pick one, not 3. And then a month later, you show up, or you come running into Carlos's office one day, if his office existed again, and said, oh, we tore it all off. The wood is really bad. We now have to do hardy board. That would mean you'd have to come back to the commission again to say, I think, and somebody's going to have to correct me on that, to say, oh, whoops, forget the wood. It's now going to be hardy board, or it's now going to be vinyl or aluminum, whatever. So, you really need to know what's there before we could approve anything. You're basically coming here without knowing the conditions of the site, without knowing what the building is, and saying, it's going to be one of these 3, but I'm not really sure, and I won't know until we start the work, maybe.
Well, I mean, Elliot, I think we can give a little flexibility, but I guess, Sean, is it feasible at all to make any determination without having removed the aluminum siding, without starting the work?
Or limited portions of.
Yeah, that's done all the time. So you just take a little piece off, you see what's underneath, because you're going to have, the cost implications, for a homeowner in terms of what are you ripping it off? Are you ripping it all the way down? Is the sheathing in good shape? Those are big cost implications for you as well. And you probably want to know that, and your neighbor wants to know that before you start doing the work. So Sean is a contractor. There's probably a part of an area of the house where you could, maybe on the back, where you could do some investigation at least, no?
This is the problem, is that if you were to do for example, more than likely the east side is going to be just fine. It's the west side which the house faces west, and it's going to be, and I know that, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but didn't you mention that when Michael bought the house that there was substantial damage when they bought it, that they had to do a bunch of exterior repairs because there was
water damage.
There was wood damage. So
water damage on all their roof corners and extensively.
Yeah, so under normal circumstances, you're absolutely right. We could, just take a section off, and it'd be much better for the homeowner as well, because then they know exactly what we're getting into. Because you know exactly, okay, well, there's 2 layers. For example, with the roof, if there's 2 layers, for sure you're going to tear off both layers and start over. But with this one, you're tearing off the cedar side, you're tearing off the aluminum siding, you're tearing off asphalt siding underneath that. And then that's when you get to the cedar portion. And the cedar portion, like I said, you could tear it off on the east side and it could be in great shape. But you get onto the west side and all of a sudden it's a can of worms. And so that's just kind of that's the big unknown.
Right.
And to add to that, I talked extensively with my neighbor across the street, who had his aluminum siding stripped off in 1998, and then went with the original wood where he could and added wood. And he confirmed in his case exactly what Sean just said. He said his north side was like new underneath. He said his east side and part of his south side was that they replaced a high percentage of wood. So, and I know it varies from house to house depending on how the
Yeah,
historically taken care of. But that shows that says to me, I can't commit anything to you all by taking off a small area and seeing what's
Well,
there.
you
Because
could-
that might
you-
be perfect,
yeah.
or it might be terrible, and I won't know. It
Well-
tells me nothing about the rest of the house. That was-
What Elliot said is, so you would say like, this is my intention is to replace this in kind with 2 1/4. Now, I don't know, and let's just say I'm saying 2 1/4, I don't know, 4 inches,
Two and a
whatever.
quarter, yeah. Okay.
Let's just say that. And then you start the work and you find something else out, then you come back before us and maybe it could be done administratively. I don't know, because you have to come back. If you said, oh no, like we got to do 4 inches, I don't know what, but that would be something that you come back for. So, but I think more importantly, it's like, I want the whole house to be one material, one thing. I don't want you to have joints. That is not good for the construction. It's not a good construction technique to stop your siding at a vertical joint somewhere. And so but in terms of, how we, like, so if we granted something, it would be based on the whole house, but but there's 2 property owners. So I'm at a loss, basically, because I could not approve like half the house and the other thing without the other piece of it being a proviso as part of it. The whole house needs to be one's material and one.
Unless we improve, say, the original material, take it back to the wood clapboard, and then when the next person comes in, based on the fact that this side of the house is the original material, we want to keep that in mind, and that's original material. But that feels a bit stern.
Yes.
to
Because if the original material is in really bad shape and they end up going to hardy board to match the original material, then, you're back to like,
But they can't.
But-
That's what's even worse.
I know, so.
Yeah, it just seems like,
The other problem is, if from what he said about the other guy possibly having done who knows what kind of work when they recited that half, the half that we're not even addressing tonight, that you pull off all of this, the wood is pretty good at this address, and let's just say they decide to save the wood. The other guy pulls his off and says, good God, half the siding is gone, we're not gonna bother, we're gonna go in with a 4-inch exposure, and then we have a wonderful detail that Julie's afraid of.
I don't know what that would be even.
Well, there'd be one set of ribs this way and another one this big or something like that. And it would be and we're gonna argue about how wide is the board that's gonna cover the seam. It's really difficult, and I realize that they're 2 separate owners and 2 separate properties, but it seems as if it would be much better if we were seeing all of it at one time, with at least some consensus as to what they're doing.
yeah,
And
it's-
if you,
I think ultimately we may have to be flexible, but it seems like there's just way too much up in the air. And I think it would be better to give the applicant and the contractor, a month to try to work with the neighbor to come up with a much more limited set of variables, so that we, even if we have to give some flexibility, which I think we're going to, that at least it's a much, it's down to like a couple alternatives and not all kinds of, possible, variances, not only in each house, but between the 2. I think it would be just better for you to work on this for another month, have the contractor work on it. Again, your neighbor has, your neighbor doesn't want to get boxed in by what you do either. So there's a lot of incentive for him to get going on it. And the winter's coming, and it would be better for everybody to get this done next month and through. Is that okay? We hope. All right.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just had a comment there. I did notice that in the front elevation that there is a downspout. It's not right on your property line, but there is a downspout. While that doesn't help anything, structurally, if by chance you had a different product from your neighbor, it does provide a visual break if there was this discrepancy in materials. Hopefully it wouldn't be, dramatic or anything like that, but that could be a potential demarcation that if it has to be, if for some reason we do decide to be all right with different materials and there is that one vertical element there. However, I guess I have a concern just about, I'd rather the standards set the selection, dictate the selection of the replacement material. And since we are talking about replacing, then do any of these, the wood, the fiber cement, or the engineered wood, come in the same reveal dimension with the bead? I don't think this house has a bead profile on it, but
Does not. I mean, at least what's was revealed on the porch does not have a bead.
just flat. Okay. Do any of these three products come so that it would come to actually match what it says in standard 6 for alterations? It talks about matching the composition, design, color, texture, and other visual qualities. Do any, maybe your contractor can speak to it, whether any of these three products can match the original wood?
Well, he can do it with wood siding,
Yes.
normal bevel siding.
But-
That's
But
number
what about the other three? Yeah.
two others. There's
Yeah.
only two others.
Hardy board, does hardy board come in 2 3/4?
No,
I
I
can
think it's
find it.
smallest is 4.
From pouring through the websites of both of them, as well as third parties, I guess this isn't official, and Sean might pipe in, but Hardy their reveal is very set because of their installation process, and the smallest reveal they have is 4-inch.
Right. We've done.
Uh-huh.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
LP Smart Side is also, it's made to be a minimum of 4-inch reveal. I read one contractor who blogs, who said he had reduced it through struck me as a very complex, perhaps lose your warranty process, where he had reduced it to something less. So I guess from everything I've gathered so far, they're both minimum 4-inch reveal.
4 inches.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I would more, even if I said, okay, we decide to do engineered wood, and there's some convoluted process that Sean and his guys could reduce it down to 2 3/4, but it takes away the warranty.
Yeah.
Then I would.
No, you wouldn't, yeah.
Okay, I think we need to move on. You've heard we want to get you approved next month, but we just, why don't you work with your neighbor and Sean to get a much more, we'll have to have some flexibility on our part, but to give you a much narrower range of possibilities that at least assures us that you won't do something that, really looks diametrically opposed. Could we have a motion to continue till next month? Beth, did you want to make a motion? I can't see most of the people.
Me too?
Beth, do you want to make a motion to continue?
Sure. All
Thank
right.
you.
I move to continue the consideration of a certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1111 Hinman Avenue. It's the north portion of a double house. It's Lakeshore Historic District, case number 20 PRES 0184. And I move to continue the discussion to next month's meeting.
Okay, a second.
Second,
Elliot, second. All right, roll call vote. Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hacker,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick,
yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Simon. Ellen, if you do have questions or want any kind of interim feedback, I mean, feel free to contact Carlos, who can,
Okay.
again, we'd like to get you through next month, and we hope there's
If,
a lot of progress over the next month and get it done.
if Sean determines there has been no progress next month, should I just call Carlos and opt out for next month or what?
I mean, you do have the right to delay. We will continue another month if you don't think you're ready. You can tell Carlos that we'll continue.
Just like Carlos, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next matter is 1116 Michigan Avenue.
There he is.
Hello.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes, I don't know if, can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. I'm Tony Hertig, and I'm the architect for the project 1116 Michigan. Shall I go on?
Yes.
Oh, great. Oh, perfect. Okay. Context plan, Michigan Avenue to the right, north is up. And this has been we're into about year 8 with a 3-phase project. First phase, when we started, when my clients who are in on this Zoom as well, Anat and Josh, we started with interior remodeling of basically the entire house. And then we moved to the second phase a couple years later, which was making the basement habitable and waterproof. And we also did a garage. We replaced a crumbling garage and did that rear deck, stoop, pergola. And we're now into phase 3, which is really caused by the hailstorm that happened this spring, damaged both the roof and the siding, the aluminum siding that was put on this house. I guess I should give a little bit of history of the house. The house was built in the middle 1890s, and there was an addition then done to it in about 1975. The 2 additions, actually, you see along the south side up at the front, the east portion of the south side, the curved extension of the front porch that curves around. That was originally a library. It's actually now my clients' offices, they share. And the other addition is at the back of the house in the southwest portion. If you sort of trace the north-south line, that goes all the way from the north side, the most northwest extreme corner, then south, you can see that was the end of the original house from the 1890s, and everything to the west of that was added. It's a 1-story addition with a flat roof that has that gentle curve at the south, along the south. And so those 2 additions were done in the mid-70s. Those additions actually won some awards. And at that time, the entire house was clad in that 8-inch smooth-faced aluminum. Our proposal, since great, thanks for advancing. Our proposal is to, because of the damage incurred by the storm, and because there is some insurance money available to help with this, our proposal is to remove all of the aluminum siding and replace it with Hardie. And there's been a lot of discussion this evening about that material. We did look at, we peeled away, and you'll see in subsequent images, I believe on the next sheet, actually the following sheet, there we go, on the right, we peeled away portions of the aluminum siding to reveal the 2.5-inch original, what we believe is the original clapboard. We tested it for lead. It tested positive for lead. And it also is, it has been damaged over the years by both the nails that were used to install the galvanized nails that were used to install the aluminum, but also there's quite a bit of rot. And then unfortunately, during the course of the installation of the aluminum, all of the corner trim, window casings, and other details were removed. Soffits. There are some brackets that remain, and that is actually if someone could go back to the sheet 3 before, I believe it'll show. There it is. And the image 6, which shows the south side of the house, southeast, you can see a little along the first floor past those 6 windows that are part of the 70s edition. You can see the curve of the dining room, and just above that curve, there's a soffit for the second floor. And it may be hard for people to tell, but they're little brackets that support, well, they're decorative essentially, but are supporting the cantilever of the second floor and attic. So that is about all that remains of the original 1890s house. Everything else was just coated in aluminum. There is some wood remaining from the mid-70s edition, and that is wood trim, wood casing of the awning and picture windows that you see in the upper left corner. And then you also see in the bottom left corner where you see a little bit of that around from the looking mostly east, a little bit south at the corner of that 70s edition with the flat roof. And then if we go to the next image, the next slide, you can see in the bottom left at the image E, a lot of that wood trim has over the years really become in need of replacement. It's rotted away. So our plan is to remove the aluminum, remove the clapboard with its lead paint, and some of the trim that's been damaged from the 70s edition, and replace that with the 4-inch exposed, 4-inch to weather hardy. And on the gable ends, the 4 gable ends, to install the hardy clapboard, the straight edged clapboard. There is on the east elevation, which you can see on, well, it may be better in one of the earlier sheets. Let's, if you don't mind going back to 2, there we go. So both an elevation, image 1 and image 2, you can see above those attic windows, there's an eyebrow, and that curve, we want to really celebrate that curve. And we feel like, well, we know, I spoke with Dominic Bernardi, the Hardy rep, that the hardy shingles the smooth face shingles can make that curve because they can be cut into the individual shingles. There's a sort of compound curve up there. For the siding along the 70s editions that curve, he believes that the 4-inch smooth hardy can make that curve. We'll have to do some tests to be absolutely certain. If it can't make that curve, we're fairly certain that just for the curves, we hope we can find another solution. Perhaps LP can do that, but we'd prefer to just stay with for all of the addition, the Hardy, because it's just a more robust material. The LP is not as good a material as the Hardy, and we want to avoid mixing if at all possible. I guess the other thing to mention is that there are aluminum shutters on the second floor of that you see on the east elevation, and those are really odd, and those would be replaced with what we cedar shutters, about the same size, just made of wood and painted. I think that is about the extent of our proposal. There are some details which are scope in nature. They're not, they give the essence of the details we want to get to with the Hardy material. Yeah, you can see our elevations with materials called out, and then some details are referenced in that for the proposed existing elevation on the north side, proposed and existing on the south, and then some details that are scope in nature for the, oops, I got a bad internet connection. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry, did something get cut out?
Yeah, I think we heard it was.
We
blurred.
heard.
Okay, great. So this is kind of this is really the thinking here. Part of the work will also be replacing the asphalt shingles and also the modified bitumen roof on the back southwest addition. That's actually not visible at all, but needs to be replaced. It was damaged as well. I think that's about all I've got.
Okay. Questions?
I'm curious. I was thinking about this question for you and for others that are talking about Hardy siding. You're talking about the smooth Hardy Hardy plank versus the like artist
Textured versus the texture. Oh, sorry.
Definitely the smooth, but then
Yeah.
they also have an artisan lap siding that has kind of a deeper cross section that
Right. Yeah, it goes from 5/16 for the smooth standard to I think it's an increment larger for the artisan grade, and we looked at both. The upgrading cost is not insubstantial to go up to the artisan. And that was certainly a factor. And I should mention that we also looked and got pricing on restoring the existing 2.5 inch with that little detail at the bottom of the clapboard. And that was considerably more expensive to do restoration of the existing, and then the lifespan is considerably shorter, or when it will need to be, maintained, further maintained, repainted. And part of the decision making too had to do with how to treat thinking about the fact that in 1975, the entire house was covered in the aluminum. There's nothing underneath those 70s additions. So what the strategy might be for how to handle that. And it seemed like, well, the shape obviously is critical. The surface treatment should probably remain consistent and consistent all the way across the entire house, just to maintain that. So that was part of the thinking in, as we were exploring various options.
Okay.
Other questions?
Hi, Tony, I have a question. So with the Hardy board, because you have the curves, will the Hardy board, I believe it will, but will it follow the curve of the new addition? Will the Hardy board be able to follow the curves of the addition?
Yeah, I talked to my conversation with Dominic Bernardi, who's our local Hardy rep, and he said, oh, a couple things I want to mention. One is that he believes it will, and we'll do a test. The siding contractor has agreed to, test this. The rep said he felt it probably was doable. The other thing I wanted to mention, because it came up in the last conversation, was that, as the gentleman whose name I don't remember now mentioned, Hardie, their minimum to weather exposure is 4. The rep said you can do 3 3/4. That's as small as you can make it happen, and that has to do with the limitation of the material itself. But that's just if that comes up again, and we're looking at maybe we'll try to get it down to that, and I have to follow up with him to be sure that that doesn't compromise the warranty or anything. Like, you're not following their specifications precisely. I don't want that to be an issue. So we don't want to compromise warranty, but we also want to do, I'd much prefer a narrower profile, but
I think you've answered, one of the questions, because I was curious, Tony, about the 1970s editions and suspected there's nothing underneath them. So
nothing. Yeah.
You would have, whatever you put on, you would have had to either create something else out of wood siding if you were trying to match even the original boards. And I think to answer what Aleka's question was, I think if you're going to make that curve, I think you're going to have to use the thinner Hardie, because you'd probably have even more problems making that bend with the thicker board.
With the artisanal.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. That makes sense.
Well, that's your argument to the owners.
And Hardie, it's always interesting to me because it's not like Hardie is an inexpensive material, but you're saying it is considerably less expensive to do the Hardie board rather than to repair and replace with
The 2 1/4. Oh yeah. Yeah. I believe, I'm sure Tony's right. 2 1/4 with that bead.
Yeah. It's all new in the 70s editions, all brand new run material. I have pricing on all this stuff. It's about it adds about 30% to the cost of the whole project, which is unbelievable. It's
Which one?
It's a huge project.
I'm sorry, which one is 30% more?
Oh, I'm sorry. If we were to restore the existing clapboard and also replicate it for the 70s editions.
That including abating for the lead?
Yes,
Copper abatement?
it does. It does include that. It does.
I think the big argument ends up being that the Hardie's pre-finished and you're not thinking in terms of having to either paint or restain every X number of years. And so I think if people look out a long distance, it starts to really make a big difference in terms of the wood versus any of these pre-finished materials. That's the other argument.
I just wanted to make sure I understood one aspect. So on the gable ends, you're instead of continuing having an appearance like the siding, you're changing the appearance of the materials to be the shingle. Is that? I mean, usually we wouldn't approve we would require that the materials that they're replacing the old materials be consistent unless there's some tie back to the original architecture features of the house. Is it just not functional to, you seem to mention this a little bit, but I want to make sure I understand it. Do you really need the shingles on the gables for functional reasons with the curvature of the windows?
Well, it's really what drives it is the east elevation, where there's an eyebrow above that window. And what we were told by the rep is that to do a compound curve like that won't work with the clapboard, but because they can because the shingles are made to be cut into individual shingle shapes and installed that way for precisely this kind of situation, that'll work.
Okay.
Oh, so Tony, I'm sorry, because I didn't see from the image. So what's there now? Is that aluminum too on the gable?
Yeah.
And it's aluminum, and it's the 4-inch, and it's just kind of, because it was hard to see. It's just
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of,
Would it be possible to go back to the second image or sheet 2?
Who's handling it? Scott?
sheet 2.
Scott?
Hello?
Scott?
Hmm.
Sheet 2.
But while we're waiting, I'll just throw out this question. Because it's a 1970s edition that, is the focus, and the 1970s edition was designed with that 4-inch siding, which was to match the
Oh,
other.
can I interject for a second? The existing siding's 8-inch, not 4-inch.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
8-inch siding.
Yeah.
Is that a significant part of that design that should be preserved? Because it was a 70s edition.
Oh my
And
God.
it was specifically because of that. And we're talking in the 70s, which is nearing that point when we need to start considering the significance of that design and material.
You know what?
Throwing that out there.
I would just say this, if we could go back, if we could go back to the image of the house, I think the thing that was sort of successful, I guess, about that edition was the material continued. It was like the same sort of transformation of the existing house and forms, and the material continued. And whatever, if it's metal or 8-inch or whatever, I would say that the idea of that is not the material. Suddenly you take different material, like you do 8-inch and then you match it with the 4-inch or something like that. So, but I would ask us, could we see that thing again, just the back of it? But I know, Tony, you can't do that, so we have to awaken the powers that be.
Scott. Good Scott. Carlos, wake Scott up.
It's just like that.
Oh, I
Okay,
don't know.
but Tony, am I right that it was all the same siding, wrapping?
Right, exactly. So, and that was the logic, exactly what you said, that,
Yeah,
the decision was made to make this a continuous surface.
right.
And so that's part of the design logic as much as the fact
Yeah.
that it's a
So I would say that you should do the same material and be able to make those curves with that material, which I know you're going to do. So I would say that's the important factor, not trying to keep 8-inch for this piece that's different from the house, but it was all seen together as one element.
So even though the lines are different, the shapes are different, everything is incongruous with that addition, except for, I absolutely take your point. I do think that the siding is the thing that ties it in so beautifully, and that does make those angular lines and curved lines work, and even the window shapes are so different than the original house.
Yeah.
And so you're saying that continuation material is what's helping make it work all together.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. I don't know. I can't control the.
Scott, are you there?
He was looking up.
He looks up.
Go back to number 2. Thank you.
I think,
There it is.
Okay. Is it possible in images 1 and 2 to see that eyebrow?
Yeah.
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 And so that is, it does. Yeah.
Okay. And then can we see the addition?
You may find shingles under there when you remove the.
I think so too.
Yeah.
It's very possible.
I mean, a lot of those would have even that entire gable end in sheet or.
Shingles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Which is if you go to sheet 5, I think,
Oh, there's.
there it is.
Yeah. So are you proposing doing the entire end or just above the windows?
All 4 gable ends would be, to be consistent, would be the
Yeah.
shingle.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is there any public comment on this matter? Any more discussion by commissioners?
No.
Somebody like to make a motion to approve?
I'll do it.
All right.
Great.
Although I look like I'm in candlelight, don't I? Anyway,
Yep.
Yeah. Always do.
I do. I'd like to recommend that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 1116 Michigan Avenue, Lakeshore Historic District. Case 20, preservation 0185, to remove the existing aluminum siding from the original 1890s home and 1970s additions and install new 4-inch to weather hardy plank fiber cement clapboard at the third floor gable ends, at 4 of the third floor gable ends. Install the smooth straight edge hardy shingle and hardy trim. And at the 1970s additions, replace the existing rotten wood trim with smooth hardy trim where required. Replace the existing asphalt roof shingles with new GAF Timberline HD architectural shingles, and the applicable standards are alterations 1 through 10 and demolition 1 through 6.
Second?
Second.
Elliot, second. All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hacker,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
No, and do I need to, I can say why if,
you can.
do I
If you,
need to?
you don't have to, you can.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about that alteration standard number 6 for the hardy board product.
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan
Yes.
and Commissioner Simons, yes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye, Tony.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Tony.
Bye-bye.
Next matter is 1232 Maple Avenue.
Hello.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes,
please?
my name is Rhonda Rawson. Just want to make sure you all can see me. I am representing myself, and Leanne Houstons. We're the architects for this project. And we are representing the owners of the property, Ann and Matt Harris. And this is actually a very simple project. They have a beautiful house with a beautiful backyard located in a historical landmark house in a historical area on Ridge. And they are taking this house was actually built in the 1800s. There's an existing deck back there, and that was built only 20 years ago. We are removing that deck, or actually part of it is we're keeping part of it. We're working with the original structure and adding structure as we need to make it an enclosed porch over the exact location of the existing deck and the existing stair. It's the exact same footprint. So these homeowners have this gorgeous backyard and side yard, and they just want to be able to enjoy their property for longer periods of time and have meals out there with their 3 children. So this is a way that they can have a screened in porch, no windows, just screens and a roof. And we've taken all the existing materials and details from the existing house and colors. So this house looks like it belongs, or this enclosed porch looks like it belongs to this house of the time period. On this site plan, I was using these images for my 3D renderings. So I wanted to show you, I was trying to figure out where can I put in my 3D so you can actually see it. Now, if you look at the views of view 1 and view 2, the enclosed porch, you can't even see the deck back there. But assuming in the winter time when the shrubs come down, you'll be able to see it a little more. And then in the back, that from the alley, they actually have a tall fence back there that's pretty solid. So even from the fence, this enclosed porch will be hard to see. I just wanted to make that a point. Now I noticed that when I submitted everything, that the 3D images didn't make it on, unfortunately. It would have been the next sheet. and it shows the 3D images next to the house. Now, if you see behind me, I don't know how large. I'm not big enough, am I? I included
I love
in the
it.
background. This is nice and close porch.
Yeah, it's fine.
So I wish there was a better way to see it, but maybe we can go to the elevations and I can show you some of the finer details. Okay, there you go. So here's from the south. Actually, from the bottom, this is the bottom left is the front facade of the existing house from the sidewalk, and then on the right, there's the little words there, and I'm pointing to where this new enclosed porch is seen, so you can tell it's not visible directly from the sidewalk. So above, now this is the side elevation, and then I have a couple more elevations here in a section. But if you look at it, if you zoom in, I guess it's possible, you can see that there's the roof pitch. It's a hip roof. We match the hip roof of the the existing front porch deck. We match the lintel details. We're matching the material, which is painted wood. We're matching the shingle roof color, and then we just have, let's see, there's screens that are placed and wood throughout that's painted to match. We have the detail of a little guardrail detail, which are just 1x1s that are also painted with the painted finished board behind, facing the interior and the outside. Now we took the existing deck and the existing deck trim board, so that's below the guardrail detail. We're matching that exact depth, and we're matching, even the little guardrail detail mimics the existing deck guardrail. And then so you have the guardrail, you have the trim board, and then below that you have a trellis. This is all matching the existing deck. And then these are on three new piers that we need to support the roof. And we're keeping the existing, some of the existing joists underneath. And we're keeping some of the beams underneath, and that just supports, and then we'll have a new decking on top, new wood decking on top. And we're rebuilding the stair, and we're rebuilding the guardrail and the newel post to match the existing. And let's see, anything else of significance? So this is a place where they can let they have birds, so the birds can come out and enjoy the little screened-in porch. It's got a nice sloping roof. We chose the location of our roof because there is an existing vent from the kitchen, which I call out on the side facade. So there's a little vent there for the hood for the stove. So we are making sure we're missing that and giving enough space around it, so any snow that builds up on there. And then we have two skylights, which actually aren't visible in the 3D rendering. I guess you can't see the 3D rendering. But so this 3D rendering is taken from standing on the grass, and the slope, it's a pretty shallow slope. It's a 312 slope, so you actually can't see the skylights very easily. And see if there's anything else of significance. I think that's about it. So this is the exact same footprint of the existing deck. So we are putting new decking, keeping some of the same joists, putting a new roof, and we're matching all the details that we could think of that brought the charm and character, and really honing into that front deck roof. And also matching the width. So on the edge of the house, there's a trim board that is 5.5 inches. So we are mimicking that, and the 5.5 inches also wraps all the windows. So we've mimicked that trim board thickness throughout. So it's 5.5 inches screen, 5.5 inches screen. And it perfectly matches up with the old footprint. So that's about it. We're grading the house, adding some grading up to direct the water away from the house. there's been a little bit of water coming in right there. So we're kind of grading up, pouring it away, and that's it.
Good.
So I think I should open this up to questions.
Rhonda? Well,
Yeah?
first of all, if any of you, up in the upper right-hand corner, there's a thing called speaker view. So if she's speaking and you click on speaker view, it'll blow up and you'll see rendering at 3 times the size of just her little talking head. I don't know if anybody wants to try that. But anyway, that's a separate issue. What is that below the screen? Is that railing or is that a solid wall?
Below the screen, yes, it's basically it's just a trim detail, and it's just a little 1-inch trim board that comes out.
No, is that
And
that
it actually,
railing?
yeah, it's like a railing, but sure, you could think of it as a railing, but it's just a trim piece just to give an element of a detail.
But those
And
are
then it comes out exactly 1 inch out from both the exterior side and the interior side, so it's a little ledge.
so the screen stops on top of it?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And then how do you close it from the weather?
And it will not be closed from the weather. It's actually open. It's got the wood deck on the inside, and the water will go through to the ground below.
I'm talking about the vertical thing that looks like it's about 24 inches high or whatever your other railings are at the front of the house. I'm not sure I'm making myself clear.
Mm-hmm.
Where the guy is going to fall right over, it's at about knee height of your person. So yeah, the thing you're sliding across, or somebody is.
Right.
Is that literally a railing?
It's not a railing. It's a low wall,
Okay.
and it's only 4.5 feet above the ground on the farthest, most steepest edge. So I don't think it's a fall far enough to warrant a tall wall there to gird it.
I just wasn't sure if you're going to get caught up, which isn't our issue necessarily, of having to have it 36 high or
Mm-hmm.
the way you've got the handrail outside where the stairs are. Actually, there you've gone 42, and I don't think you need it on your west elevation.
Mm-hmm.
It's residential, and I don't think you need it in residential.
Okay.
You might
Right.
want, because it doesn't look like you wanted it that high.
No, I think
Right.
I think you have to have that rail for, if it's a screen above it, it has to be because you're a certain height above grade, it has to be at, I don't know, 36 or
So
something.
that's the one I was asking about. The
Yeah.
wall inside may have
Right.
to be higher, but I think
Right.
railing outside in that lower right-hand, the detail 4 probably doesn't have to be that tall. So you might,
Okay. So we could bring that in if we wanted to align with the other.
yeah, but unfortunately you're lining it up with the front porch and you may not. Julie's right, it's probably gonna have to be taller. That little wall, I'm not sure myself.
Mm-hmm.
You're ready to go in for the permit, you'll find out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right?
Wish us luck.
Yeah, right.
Aesthetically, it looks good. So yeah, and I think because it's less than 6 feet, it's not a concern. But I will have to double check the code on that.
No, I think it's less than 3 feet.
3 feet, I
3
think. Yeah.
feet. Okay.
All right. Are there other questions?
No.
Any public comment on this matter? Any discussion? Elliot, you want to make a motion to approve?
Yes, thanks a lot. Yes, I will. I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 1232 Maple, Landmark and Ridge Historic District case 20 Pres 0188 for the construction of enclosed frame screen porch at the same location as an existing porch, same size as the existing deck on the south side yard toward the back of the house, and its applicable standards for construction 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8, and 10 through 15.
Second?
Second.
Second. Keep wanting to say all in favor. All right, roll call vote. Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hacker,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Simon's a yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. They will be very happy. Thank you.
All right. The next matter is 1022 Greenwood Street.
I see the applicant.
Do we have a speaker on 10 here to speak on 1022 Greenwood?
I see the name there.
Yeah.
Maybe they went out for a while.
Yeah. It's gone now.
Well, maybe we should just go to the next one, and then if they don't come back, then continue it. All right, so why don't we at least temporarily move on to 835 Michigan Avenue?
I think you're still on, yeah.
I see Donna's name is on too.
Donna's name is there.
Donna, are you there?
Who's that?
Oh, there's Heidi back for
I'm here.
1022 Greenwood. Okay, we'll move back to 1020 Greenwood. Please introduce yourself.
We almost wrote you off.
You're muted. No.
There we go. Sorry about that. I had the whole meeting down and then it just glitched. My name's Heidi Paul. I'm the architect in charge of the renovations at 1022 Greenwood. This is our second phase. We presented in front of you guys last year, and we've done considerable work on the front of the house and the front porch, restoring it to its original state. This current project is not touching the primary structure at all. We are impacting the garage structure. Right now you're looking at the site plan. This is the proposed site plan, which is an addition to the north side of the garage, as well as an addition to the east side of the garage. All of the materials on the exterior, the siding, all of the trim details around the windows, they will all be matched in kind. The current structure is falling into disrepair. It was built without a footing. We are going to suspend the structure, dig out the existing concrete, and pour a footing under the existing walls in order to maintain its current aesthetic and its current form. And obviously we're renovating it into a two-story. Here are the pictures, obviously, of the existing garage. You can see that the rear wall on the existing southeast view is canted because it's splaying. That will be corrected. It'll be perpendicular to the ground when we're finished. You can see that it currently has 2 garage doors and the original barn openings on both sides in order to, from when it was a barn. This is the south elevation. It shows that we are keeping the existing garage door on the left. On the right, we are making the garage door ever so slightly smaller in width. So when you're looking at the structure, the left half of the garage, or the west half of the garage, was an original barn that was built in 1895. When you look through these drawings, you'll see that everything from 1895 is staying in the openings are staying, the garage door is staying. When we get to the west elevation, you'll see that the west elevation is intact. And on the north elevation, we're adding a lean-to glass house to be used as a potting shed, but the facade behind the glass house will remain intact, so that if anyone ever wanted to remove the glass house, they would find that the original openings remained. The one exception, and we'll get to that when we get to the west, is that we are making it one of the openings into a door. On the south elevation, you can see that the old barn opening is staying. We're putting windows to match the original windows in its place. Again, this high square window that's kind of upper, like to the right of the taller garage door, that opening is also getting a window inserted into it instead of what's there right now, which is just plywood. And then we are creating a new opening above the second garage door. The right half of the addition, or the east half of the addition on the main building, was built between 1950 and then majorly renovated in the 70s and 80s. So that portion is wood clad, is getting a window above the garage door, a skylight, and then of course to the east of that, we're proposing a porte cochere that is also wood clad and wood siding to match the original dimension of the existing garage. The roofs will obviously match, not in height, but in material. The columns that are holding up the porte cochere are reminiscent of the, well, they're simplified versions of the columns that are on the house. So they'll have the same architrave and the same pedestal, but they will not have the fluting or the ornate iconic capital. And then the brick detail that holds up those columns is also taken directly off of the house, both in height and material.
Okay.
The east elevation, obviously we're showing the 1950s, 70s, and 80s addition. We are maintaining the two small square windows that are currently shown on the existing elevation, and the window location will become a door. We are taking the roof and increasing the square footage of that portion of the garage in order to match the width of the original barn, and adding the porte cochere and living space above. And then on the proposed north elevation, obviously this shows the additional living space, the porte cochere, and the added potting shed. With the original barn opening, we are going to infill with a Marvin window that matches in design to the original windows below. And obviously we are also proposing to add a window that matches the opposite elevation on the east section. The west elevation primarily remains the same. It gets the glass potting shed added to it, but the elevation itself will still be, will be exactly the same. The elevation of the main building. These are our 3D renderings showing what you're going to see. So there will be a rolling gate that rolls in front of the porte cochere that actually matches the existing fence that's there now. And that's it.
Okay, questions?
I just have, do you have any photographs of the existing house with the columns, anything?
Yes, we submitted those to Carlos right after. Carlos, do you have those available? And then we also had sections through the windows that were also submitted immediately afterwards.
They're in the package?
There were some sent around today, was that?
I didn't see those photographs.
Let me see.
Carlos, I can re-forward, hold on.
Maybe you can share.
Pardon?
Is that,
Can you share the photos on your?
Can I share the
Can you
photos?
share? Yeah, I think he said, can you share? Carlos, you're like in 3D abstraction.
Let me see, how can I show you the, let's try this the old fashioned way. I don't know that you're, let's see.
A lot of glitter.
Hold on, let me turn off the, well, I don't know, can you, hold on, let me see, there's gotta be a better way to do this.
That's probably what I do.
I honestly, I am 42 going on 80, and I don't know how to share my screen, but let me pull up the email from Carlos that I sent to Carlos, and maybe I can do that this way. This is not the question I anticipated.
It was just because you said they were matching the house and it was just the vocabulary.
Only the architrave and the pedestal. So let me show you. Let's see. Of course, it's always when you, here we go.
Well, if you can't, you know.
No, here we go. I am there. You're gonna see all kinds of other fun stuff when, here we go. Okay, can you see this photo?
Yeah.
Yes, good.
Okay, let me zoom
Mhm.
into,
We can see it.
so, okay, so this, I'm calling this the Capitol. So the architrave is this kind of, it's almost like it looks almost Baroque in form. So it's not square, it has concave curves on the top. So the idea was to not use the Capitol, this portion of the Capitol at all, the iconic Capitol, but instead to match the dimensions of the canting of the Capitol, and then to reproduce this detail at the base, which is a really simple pedestal. So kind of taking the refinement off of the main house, but the new structure is so much simpler than the house at this house that we didn't want to kind of to mimic it exactly. We wanted to make sure that we tastefully applied it.
Thank you.
No problem.
I had a question, Heidi.
Yeah.
It looks like I forgot which end it is, the end that wasn't the barn. That the
Yep.
south,
East.
east end. It looks like you're literally tearing it down because you're widening it to the width of the barn.
So we are keeping, hold on, let me see if, can we bring back up the drawings? Sorry. So we are keeping, if we can go to the,
You're keeping the alley elevation.
so the alley elevation stays, and may we please go to the east elevation?
And you're moving it.
So we are keeping the east elevation up to this point, but the roof gets reframed and this north wall moves further north.
Right. So it lines up with the, let's call it the barn.
There will be a small step in order to differentiate itself, but yes, I mean, it doesn't align, but it's
About 5 feet wider.
it's about, yes, it's a little bit less than that, but yes.
Why the porte cochere?
In order to provide additional parking for my client, the homeowner, and also to provide additional living space above.
Okay, and not just making it a larger garage. Was that a FAR problem or
It
whatever?
was not an FAR.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Is there any public comment on this matter? Any final discussion? All right, let's see. Jamie, do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for the property located at 1022 Greenwood Street, a landmark in the Ridge Historic District, case number 20 Press 0183, for 2 additions to the existing garage coach house, an all glass and steel lean-to potting shed attached to the north facade of the structure, and a porte cochere with living space above. Applicable standards are construction 1 through 5, 7, 8, and 10 through 15, as well as demolition 1 through 6.
Second?
And second.
Okay, Beth, second. Roll call vote. Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hacker,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
and I'm in favor too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Sorry about the glitches.
No problem.
All right. Now we'll try 835 Michigan Avenue.
Is Donna there? Yeah, she's still there.
Was Donna there?
Yeah, I'm here.
We can't
Oh.
see you.
We're not-
I am working on that.
Now we can see you.
Thank you. There. See if I can.
Yes.
All right. I think we're good.
We're good.
There. Probably would be helpful if we could have the 3D images, which are a little farther down in the packet. Keep going.
There we go.
Yeah, that one will work. And then the next page is just from a slightly different angle. Just to describe the house itself, the portion of the rear of this house is approximately 25 to 30 years old, obviously in addition to a much older home, two-story addition with aluminum siding on it, and a very weird concrete porch coming out of the French doors on the first floor is a family room there, and it has a very weird concrete porch and metal railings. The other porch that you see to the right or to the north side, it goes up to a back door that goes into past the powder room and into the kitchen. The homeowners have requested that we construct a 3-season room or sunroom, and one of the proposals which they liked was to incorporate it so that there is the entry from the kitchen and the entry from the family room go into the sunroom, and then there's only one porch and one set of stairs going out to the yard. There, in between those two porches, there is a basement entry, and we are proposing to move that, turn it 90 degrees and have it enter from the north side. So if you want to go to the floor plan, that might show those things better. Oh, you're going the other way. That's the existing weird concrete porch. Let's just go there, stop there. So the, where you see at the top of the page, which is north, where it says down, that would be the new entry to the basement. And then the 3-season porch is taking up the area that's shown there. It's mostly windows. The siding will be 5 aluminum, which matches what is on the addition that we are abutting. Roof line is pitched as best we could to miss the windows in the master bedroom, which is on top of the family room. We situated it so that we are not needing to move the air conditioner or block a basement window at the lower left sort of corner of the under the addition there, which the homeowner requested. We had no zoning issues because this is actually an R5 zoning district, weirdly enough. So our coverages were all compliant, and all the windows are all going to match what's on the back of the house, which is a Marvin clad, wood interior, clad exterior, which are the current windows on the back of the house, and the windows in the sunroom or 3-season porch would also be the same. And there are no muntins on the existing house, so we are not proposing it, except for on the French door for some reason, or the sliding door that goes from the family room, but that'll get covered up by this addition, so you won't see it anymore. Anything, that's pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward, I think. So if there's any questions.
Can we go back to either the elevations or the 3D? Okay, well, why don't we stop there? I think can we go back one to A3? I guess the angle of the new roof is just based on whatever fits under that window?
Correct.
it doesn't look like it fits, Donna.
You might have to lower.
Yeah, if we have to lower it a smidge because we're close to touching there.
I think you're going to flash it and you're going to be flashing over the window frame.
We don't want to do that.
So, I mean, are you going to get it so flat that it won't work with the shingles is my question.
Oh gosh, no, this is a 512 pitch on this, on the sunroom now. And if we have to go to, 4.5, we're still fine.
And did you say that that basement entry is only exterior? Is that right?
Correct, and it will be moved and still be an exterior basement entry, just turned 90 degrees and go under the new porch.
So it's over on the north under that one window. We just can't see it in this picture.
Correct. I don't know how to, well, I can't, all of your pictures are covering the other part of my screen, so I can't see the, if you look at the north elevation, it should show how that works. But on my screen, all of your lovely faces are covering that portion of the drawing.
Oh, could be a way to, it splits.
Well,
there's an option somewhere over there.
You guys have the control of the screen.
We can see it.
Oh, okay, good. Well, the basement entry should show on that north elevation where we made sure we have the headroom. That's in fact why there's a little bit of a notch out in the plan to allow for the headroom going down under the new porch.
Was there any thought of aligning the heights of the windows on this room with the existing window to the left?
Well, because the room will be mostly accessed from the family room, we aligned the windows with the window on to the left of to the south side of the porch is in the family room, and we're aligning with that. The window on the right-hand side that's a little taller, that's in a powder room, right as you enter from the existing porch and stairs there's a powder room, and that window is located in there. So on the inside, they wouldn't be seen together. On the outside, it's only seen from a very tiny part of the yard, and I doubt that's even visible from the alley.
I was thinking of the sill, not the head. Sorry.
Oh, you mean make them, well, it's meant to be a sunroom, so the more windows, the better. And that other one is a bathroom window, so I wasn't planning to shorten them that much.
Good.
We're aligning with the window that's in the family room.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about, but you don't have the sills the same height.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I think they would then, we would bring it up to match that one. I'm not sure why that's like that. I think the intent would be that it matches that window in the family room, the heights.
Okay. Which then wraps around, so on the north.
Yes. Yeah, the south side is all windows. The east side is almost all windows and a door. And then the north side just has a couple of windows on that side. I'm in agreement. That still should come up to match the family room window.
Okay. Was there any public comment on this matter? Any other discussion from the commissioners? Okay. Who hasn't made a motion? Alaka, would you like to make a motion?
Okay.
Reluctantly.
Motion for the certificate of appropriateness at 835 Michigan Avenue, Lakeshore Historic District, case number 20-Pres-0182, to construct a one-story, three-season porch finished in aluminum siding at the rear of an existing two-story frame single-family residence, also finished in aluminum siding. Applicable standards: construction 1 through 5, 7, 8, and 10 through 15, demolition 1 through 6.
A second?
Second.
Second? All right, roll call vote.
Can I make a motion that we get that bit about the windows all aligning?
Okay, will Luck accept that amendment that the windows will align the sills?
The sills of the windows on the 3-season porch and the turnout.
Family room.
Yeah.
No, it aligns with the family room, and I think it also affects the window in the bathroom. There's one more window. I think it's a total of something like 11 windows.
The bathroom window is existing. We weren't going to touch it.
Oh, is it? It looks like it
Yeah.
was.
It's taller. It's a higher sill and a higher head. It's existing. We weren't going to mess
I
with
think
that.
it was their north elevation made it.
It's just the family room
Okay,
match.
that's fine.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hacker,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much yourselves.
Thanks.
Good evening.
The next matter is 917 Edgemere Court.
Yes.
And who is here to speak on the matter?
Hi, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Great. We're the homeowners. We were going to introduce ourselves first and then turn it over to our architects. Is that okay?
Great.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Stacy Empson, and this is my husband, Eric Ruderman. And we just wanted to take a minute to introduce ourselves before our architects go over the details of our plans. And longtime Evanston residents, 15 plus years. Our daughter will start high school at ETHS next week. And we purchased the lot at 917 Edgemere Court with the hopes of it becoming our forever home into retirement. So we appreciate your consideration of our plans tonight. You'll see in our packet that we've had several communications with our neighbors, and they have expressed support of our plans as well. And I think some of them are even on the phone tonight. So thanks for being here, future neighbors, and thank you, Commission, for hearing our plans. Fred?
Okay, thanks, Stacy. Elliot, are you going to take control?
Yep, right here.
Okay. My name is Fred Wilson from Morganti Wilson Architects. This is Elliot Flaws from an associate here in our office. So let's click to the first floor. This is the survey. It's a 330-foot deep lot by nominally 50-foot wide. So it's a long, skinny lot on Edgemere Court. These are the sort of photos. The upper left is actually showing the old house that was there at one time. It's a little small kind of cottage, a little contemporary cottage with a flat roof. And then over to the right is looking at the lot, looking southeast in the current condition. And then the bottom left is looking straight at it from across the street. And then the bottom right is looking at it toward the northeast. So what we wanted to do is work off of the eastern contextual line that we lined up the back of the house from 925 to our site at 917 to 911. And then at the front, we lined up the front edge from 919 to 917 to 911. So felt contextually that was fitting in nicely. The next shot shows you the L shape that is there is the 2-story or 2.5-story portion of the house. The crosshatched areas are the 1.5-story portions of the house, and that little bit in the front where the garage is as well. We wanted to really try to bring the scale down and to work with how we feel the block starts higher on the north end and then starts to cascade down. The other thing I want to point out, this is as of right. We're not requesting any variances to the project. The next is the elevations that are showing our height is 33 foot 8 inches. And that only occurs at the 2 gable sort of bookends that happen. We wanted that entry courtyard, you'll see it better in the rendering, but the entry courtyard in the front where the garage doors, we wanted the garage doors to be south facing so that they were in sunshine all the time. We broke up that facade with a bay that pops out above the third garage door. Look at the bay right there. And then there's a little loft area up above that, and you'll see we did some hybrid of wood mullions with leaded mullions. The area to the right is a 1.5 story structure in between. And then the area to the far right is the master suite on the second floor and kitchen windows along the first floor. So then the rear is a lot of large picture windows. We still wanted the mullions to come around the corners so that you could still get the historical part wrapping, but then the large picture windows obviously are taking advantage of the view. The north facade, what we tried to do then is step this with a series of jogs. They're about 6 inches that step back so it breaks the facade. There's no doubt it's a long building, but we wanted to modulate that north-facing facade that faces 919. We also pushed in the window up on the second floor that kind of creates a nice shadow. And then again, we have the leaded glass windows and loft up above. So you'll see that. So the next is really showing you the vibe, if you will, or the feel of it. The windows, if you can zoom in up on the second floor there, Elliot. What we're wanting to do is wood mullions with then lead infill panels to kind of break up the laciness of the window. We're going to do a lighter color stucco with a darker charcoal trim with charcoal aluminum gutters. And then the doors are going to be a mahogany stained door, and the front door will also be a stained mahogany door. That lower garden wall is like a black granite that sets up just a soft landscape element. The other thing we try to do is the asymmetrical gables, where we really tried to then bring the asymmetrical gable up, go like that one then, and then it comes back down onto the to the south facing, so it brings the scale down. We did a little knuckle up above the front entrance, so it creates our roofed entry, and then the entrance you kind of sneak into it from the side. So then the next one shows it in context, looking again to the northeast. So that's an actual photo with the building dropped in. You can see how it mediates from 919 down to 917 is us, and then the garage at 911. So let's go to the next one. These are the materials. So we are doing an architectural asphalt shingle. The stone in the middle is the granite that's at that planter. The mahogany is going to be more of a leaning more toward a brown in terms of the stain. We are using Marvin aluminum clad windows that then will have the simulated lead with spacer bars in between. And then that white right there, that is the color of the stucco. And then that trim is all the cornice lines and molding around the windows. And then this is massing that shows how it looks. The idea is that 925 and actually even north of it, those are all like 38-foot tall buildings. And then it starts to come down as you head south. There is the 2 doors down from us jumps back up, but then the building at the end of the block is the shortest yet. So we really tried to slope the massing as it went further to the south. So you can see the, the looking toward the south, you can see it a little bit closer up next to 919. And then down here, you're looking at it from the south to the north. And then the other one is kind of looking more into the car court. So this then shows essentially, if you go to the north of 925, you get really essentially, that's 925. So go to the north. Those are all 38-foot tall structures. Then you get 925 is the tallest, is 40, almost 43 feet. Then you get 919 is 34'4", and then we come in at 33'8", and then 911 is 27'5", and then you do jump up a little bit to 32'7", and then back down to 22. So we feel the energy of the street is starting to come lower. So that's the reason we did the asymmetrical ridge along the back of the courtyard, so that it comes down and relates more to the garage that is more prominent on 911. Then these are the floor plans. This is a lower level. We have there is a small pool in the bottom of it, which is where that 1.5 story is. We have a spa in the upper corner. That's really more just sort of exercise equipment and a mechanical room and a little sitting area. And then those do open up. Those are nano walls that open up so that you can head up and walk into the backyard. The reason we did this, they really wanted a pool, but we thought it was not neighborly to have a pool in the backyard or a structure behind 911. So the noise and everything, so we thought we would put it inside. Then the next floor up shows kitchen, family room in the back, nice open, big space, a dining room in the center with a stair that runs up. There is an elevator in the building up at the top. And then those windows all look down into the pool. And then the front is an in-law suite guest room. And then the entrance foyer is right off that knuckle. And it's a large foyer. They have a great art collection, so we want to really set up a lot of gallery walls. And then the 3-car garage leads into a mudroom right in through there. And then the second floor, they have 2 girls. So the left room all the way is their younger daughter. She's 14, and that's her bathroom right there. And there's that little spiral stair that goes up to a loft space up above. It's like where her sleeping area is. Then the other is her older daughter, who is in her mid-20s. And when she'll come back to stay and visit, and we set that up so that it could be set up for a kid's sort of suite with a Jack and Jill bathroom in between. And then the back end is the master suite. So that's the master bedroom at the bottom with a bathroom just directly north of that. There's a private little terrace that's under roof right there. And then we have Eric's office is up in the corner right there. And then a nice walk-in closet below that. And then that spiral stair up there leads to there's a loft area up above that that's under roof. And then there's an open air terrace right there. And then to the right of that are the hip roofs of the lower master bedroom. So the open terrace is actually pushed back off of the rear facade. And then their daughter's little sleeping loft is up there with a small little deck that she can go out and look over the gable to the lake, so she can get a view of the lake outside around. The flat area right there that's our generator and the condensers. The condensers are supposed to be 6 feet and we're close to 10 feet. They're up on the roof, so the decibel level should not be a problem up there. So then the other thing we looked at is this now is Clark Square Park. So we're south of the site right now, coming up to where Edgemere starts on the southern end, where you're walking up. Can you slide over a little where you see that picture? That picture is where we walked up to. That's really the only place we could see it. So we went up to that little corner, and that's what you see. We had the renderer put it in. That was 2 weeks ago. So that's the to scale where we plopped that in terms of the rear exposure. You can see that little loft area up there, and then, but the terrace is pushed behind it. And then the standards, what we felt, the height, we kind of touched on it, but as I mentioned, I think from the left side all the way coming across that we, you can actually see our height is that red line. So you can see who's a little bit over and a little bit under. So we felt like we were in line with that. The proportion of the facades, again, it's kind of a mixed bag, but we felt that with the sort of angular gabled ends that happen on a few of these, we felt like the two angles that are bent at 90 degrees worked with the neighborhood. The proportion of openings, really, we're at 13% glass. The block really runs anywhere from 6% to 25%. So again, I felt like we hit kind of the sweet spot of where we were with the glass. The proportion of openings, we really looked at lining up the sills with 919 next to us for the second floor, and then for the first floor at 919, and brought that across. And then the far right building, 901, starts to get the taller windows up above in the garage. So we thought we were trying to pull those lines through. Then the proportion, the rhythm of solids to voids, we looked at the gable dormers next to us at 919. So we tried to mimic that on our roof. And then we looked at the grouped windows where that red line is, that there are setups like that. And then we looked at the garage windows that line up with 901 that have the upper glass windows. So we felt like we were tying in to the neighborhood that way. The next one, this is again, really more the east contextual setback and the west contextual setback. We touched on that earlier. And then we felt this was the best drawing to sort of talk about the rhythm of spacing and structures on the street. There are several stucco buildings on the street, several with asphalt shingles, several with roof pitches. So we felt like that was contextual. The rhythm of entrance, porches, again, it's kind of a mishmash on the block, but we felt that the scale we kind of highlighted on this rendering all of the sort of prominent foreground pieces. So that's how we felt our foreground roof looked, and compared to the other buildings on the block. And then this is more the stucco in relationship to the building facade. So we are actually at about 37% of stucco, and it goes up to about 58% of stucco on the block. So again, we felt we were keeping with the materiality of the block. Then the rhythm of the sort of roof shapes and roof mounted, obviously, they're all gables on our side, hipped roof and gable roofs. So we felt that we were working with that context as well, both on both sides of the street. And then we must really like the walls of continuity. It's the third time we've shown it now. Mm-hmm. So again, we lined up the back and lined up the front. And then the other thing with our narrow lot, in terms of building width, we're 80%. But if you really look at from 935, even though those are the larger lots, that's at 82%. You then go down to 74% next to that. You go to 82% for 925. You go to 70% for 919, and we're at 80. And then next door, we're at 79. And then next door to that at 907, we're at 79 again. So they're all, the space between the structures is fairly consistent, even though we're a narrow lot, we're the narrowest lot on the block. I think the missing tooth that is there now fits in nicely. So, and then these are again, directionality of the facades we've talked about with the gables and hipped roofs that we were trying to mimic. 12 is not applicable. 13 is not applicable. And then innovative design, it is new construction. So we wanted to just show I think it's a creative solution and feeling very Evanstonian. It feels like it has a lot of character that you would see in a typical home here in Evanston. And then the last again is new construction, just showing, what it is. So that's our presentation. If you have any questions, let us know.
Questions?
Somebody gonna ask?
No, Elliot, you have something?
Yeah, Fred, a couple things, and I'm not sure which images. One of the things about this front facade, I mean, two things. One, you talk about the walls of continuity, and if we went to that slide, I think this has been something that's come up in all previous incarnations at this site, which is, where you draw the blue line. By the way, the red probably doesn't matter anymore because unless I'm wrong, the back of these buildings no longer is something that's in our purview. Isn't that correct, Scott? Because that's the lakeside, or Carlos?
It's correct that, in a sense, it's correct that Lake Michigan is not a public way. However, as the applicant referenced, that Clark Square Park, there is some view of the site from Clark Square Park. So that is has been considered a public way per research of the law department.
So I think it's the blue line, because if you look at the elevation of all the buildings, and I can't point with my finger, but I would be moving that blue line eastward to align with the three buildings further to the north, and to some extent to the line that's established not by the one-car garages on the south, with the exception of what I think is Harry's building next door. Yeah, that one. Most of the others are really a line that's about, 15 feet further east or 20 feet further east. And it's really not where you've established it. You are, in fact, ironically, putting mostly a garage in the area where some of those actually have a garage, with the exception of that odd Spanish home that nobody wants to take credit for. But, and that's the first problem as to what is really that line when you say line of continuity. And the other, I think, has to do with what I think you call the directionality of the facades. I think that's one of your other panels, where when I look at all these houses, essentially, they all have what I would call pretty much a flat face or an entry face facing Edgemere. I mean, there is that front facade. Yours is one of the only exceptions. The other ones to the south have garages there. But in fact, the house next to you, the house, maybe not the Spanish colonial or whatever it is, and the others all have, a front facing the street. And in this particular case, we don't have that. The facade, the direction of the facade in your case is really facing south. And then we get into this incredibly sloped roof, which maintains the slope of the other homes, but really carries it virtually all the way to the ground. It doesn't break it up, with the exception of your second floor, those windows, which is in the younger daughter's bedroom. That is the facade that's really the straight line that aligns with all the others. Whether you needed to extend the roof all the way down, or whether it would have been better off broken so that it's really a stronger front facade. There really isn't a front facade, I think, is what my point is on that one. That's kind of it, other than when you talk about the proportion of, I think it was openings, I think proportion is not percentage, which means you are looking at it as you've got X percentage of openings, but proportion, as I've always understood that particular statement, is the proportion of the individual openings, not we have 80% openings, 60% openings, but in fact, it's the proportions of those openings. And I'm not, I think that kind of relationship isn't quite there. And that's it. I'll let anybody else say something. I'm really bothered by where you've established the front of the house.
Can I respond, Elliot, can I respond to that?
Go ahead, Fred.
What I would say is, in terms of how I'm reading this, the three buildings to the north, if you look at the facades, go to the facade there, that facade, if you then go to the building, really the 925, there's a part of the facade to the north right there. But then if you leap over to our building, that part of the facade, and then go south right there, that part of the facade, and go south again to that part of the facade, is what I would call the principal structures that are running along. There should be a third line on here that runs along where all the main facades of the buildings are. Then what happens is at 925, the precedent or the idea starts to change so that you get the piece sticking out. Now that one, again, we've all talked, we're not allowed to talk about it, but we are looking at it. So that piece starts to set and break the rhythm of this block. I feel Harry's house is an outlier. It's a shorter house, smaller house, so it happens to be the outlier. But then when you get to our site and you start to show the garage coming forward, that we then sloped it down, Elliot, so that we met the facade of the garage south of us right there, which is also a garage structure. We felt the rhythm of all the garage doors facing south happens on the three buildings directly to our south. And we also felt that in previous presentations on this lot, 9/11 was very concerned about the building being right on top of them. So that's why we then pushed we had our facade at 1.5 stories that is pushed back in line with all the other facades. And then we went back to then where the structure gets taller in the back so that we gave 9/11 some relief. So that's how I analyze it, Elliot, that I feel there are two lines. There's the front leading edge, which happens to be the garages. And then there's the main facade. Like we should have put another line, because I feel like we are looking at that as the wall. So if you go back to the photos, Elliot.
Which photo?
Just of the block, of the whole block. Like there, Elliot, if you look at the facades, like go up to that main, go to 907, you see the facade, the big right there. That big piece right there, that is in line with all the buildings to the north, Elliot. Then if I go to 911, that piece again is in line with all those buildings to the north, which is where we are doing our facade that are in line to the north. I then say that at Harry's facade, 919 is the outlier. Then I go to this, that main structure, if you will, of 925, even though I feel the height of it is grossly overstated, but it's still the context of that facade where the entry is the wall of those buildings. And then as I go further, now I'm in line with the buildings that are more in the front. So I feel we are the in-between, and that's exactly what we were trying to do, is become the in-between or hinge point between the walls to the north and then the garages and the sort of L-shaped buildings to the south. We're like right at the point where it changes.
Okay. Are there other commissioners with questions? Scott or Carlos, I mean, we'll come back for any discussion, but Scott or Carlos, there was a sign-up sheet. Was anybody signed up to speak from the public on this matter?
We received written comments. I don't think anyone specifically said they wanted to speak at this. But if there's anyone on the call, a neighbor is interested, they could raise their hand or speak at this time.
Okay.
Will those comments that you guys received via email be read into the record?
I saw those.
We've all read them.
We've read those. I think there were three. Scott or Carlos, one of them was repeated. You had it both on this one and the next project. For some reason, one of the letters is, or there was a letter for the other one that was in with this packet. But I think there were about 3 comments on this one. Are there others?
I think there were about 4 comments. No,
I think one of those, Elliot's right, one of those 4 was actually for the Ridge project, not
Yeah,
this
that's
one.
what I thought. That's what was confusing.
I realized that there are at least 4 comments in the application.
Okay, well, just one last chance. Was there anybody from the public who wished to speak? No. Okay, then let's go back to commissioners, including Elliot, who wanted to
I didn't have any more.
have any discussion. I mean, is there any other commissioners who wish to speak?
I guess I would just comment to Elliot's comments that I think that, you know, it is a challenging lot, but when I look at the massing, I think he makes a good point that the massing has been addressed, and that it also, Evanston is not kind of a cookie cutter. Everybody has to, you know, walk up the front walk to the, you know, the doors. It kind of, it gives me the feeling of, you know, maybe a shingle style or a Queen Anne or some, you know, all throughout Evanston, we have differences in the orientation and the layout of the homes. And I think that this speaks to that and does feel, I think the applicant said, you know, kind of feels Evanston. It does feel Evanston, and how it has a nod to the houses around it, but is its own structure on its own too. So,
well, it's a really difficult site, and to Fred's credit, I mean, you've always had the struggle of you needed the extra 10 feet that you couldn't get from Harry, or whatever, or you almost did at one point, whether it's Fred or whoever owned the property, and that would have changed a lot of things, you know, both in the design and the layout of the site. And that's always been problematic. I think you're forced into some of the things just by virtue of the site. I was just curious about whether or not it would have been, you know, could have been pushed back, but given everything I read, I'm not sure I would recommend for the owners that you move any further east, because, you know, in another 10 years, you may not have half of that backyard. So I'd be a little nervous about that.
I don't think I would like.
Sorry to tell you that.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like the massing as much relative to the neighbors if it was shifted. I think he makes a good point of the different.
Well, I think it's problematic, but I think then if you're back, you change certain other things as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he'd be massing it the same way.
Yeah.
So I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I would say that I think, you know, it's successful in terms of meeting most of the criteria and standards. And I might have some issues with, you know, the scale of the windows and all of that, but I don't, that really is a design issue that isn't really our purview in that respect. And I think, you know, so I really think the standards are met.
Thank you, Julie.
All right, any further discussion? Would anybody like a motion to approve this matter?
Nobody wants to.
If I may, make sure that you cite at least 3 or more specifically standards rather than just say
Anybody know what he
5.
said?
Carlos, you're really breaking up.
A lot of ringing, like he's playing a guitar
I
simultaneously.
can't hear, yeah.
I think he was just
You wanted
asking
to
if the motion could reference the standards that are.
Oh, standards. I have to find my.
Oh, that's there anyway, isn't it? I'll make the motion.
Okay.
You have
thank
to cite some standards. Massing, roof form.
I have to find the standards. Oh. If somebody's
Yeah.
got a copy, I have to look for my copy of the standards. You didn't give it to us.
Wait, I might have, here, hold on.
You just want each of them read out?
What are we on? New construction, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the standards are
The
listed.
yellow
in
one.
The yellow one.
Yeah.
That's going to be harder. Maybe I shouldn't have volunteered. All right, I'll move for a approval of or issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for 917 Edgemere Court, Lakeshore Historic District Case 20 Pres 0181 to construct a new 2.5-story stucco and assorted other materials, single-family residence on the currently vacant lot with a 3-car attached garage. Where do we discuss the standards now as part of the motion? First of all, construction standards for construction, and there they are, numbers.
So just say height, I would say height is compatible.
Oh, you're really forcing my hand here.
Um,
I'm just kidding. Standard number 1, that the height is visually compatible. Number 5, rhythm and spacing of the structure on the street. Number 7, relationship of materials and texture. Number 8, roof shapes. Number 10, scale of structure. Number 14, that it's a contemporary design. And that number 16, which I don't think, yes, was listed as well, that we're not imposing any particular style.
Yeah, I think that's good.
That's it. That's the end of the motion.
I think that's good.
Okay, a second?
I second.
Julie, second.
You're leaving me hanging there momentarily.
Sorry.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hacker.
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes. Commissioner
Bodan.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
And Commissioner Simons, yes. So congratulations. Looks like it'll be quite a beautiful house.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next matter is 2404 Ridge Avenue. And I think I saw Chris Schweitzer. Are you going to speak to this?
Good evening. My name is Rick Schweitzer, actually.
Okay.
And I'm here to speak to this, and it's a request for a new certificate of approval for the accessory structure barn at 2404 Ridge. This amounts to remediated request for plans that were a COA that was approved about 20 years ago. And it involves a few windows that were installed in very slightly different spots, as well as some remediated removal, I should say, of skylights that you had requested prior. So I'd like to put up the elevations. I'll try to be brief and show you what exists and what was approved and what we've done. This is the east elevation. I'll start by saying the north elevation had no alterations, no approvals, no action. The east elevation, as you can see on the left, was the approved COA. On the right is what currently exists. We opted not to install the sliding doors on the left side, which have existing barn doors into what was then a workspace. And so we did much less alteration on the east elevation. Moving on to, these are some public views of the east elevation. You can just scroll through those. It's not very visible from anywhere with the foliage from Leahy Park. The west elevation is primarily the elevation we're speaking of. The original approved COA 20 years ago was all on the first floor and then on the roof. The approved COA talked about skylights, which were really the main main contentious item 20 years ago, and 6 skylights on the roof were approved. We currently have only installed 3. On the first floor, there was 3 single windows and a double window were approved. And what was installed was, as you can see on the next slide, I think, you can see what was installed there. The tree, that large oak, stands in front of the kitchen double window, which is actually as approved and as built. The door as well, and instead of the 3 single windows, we opted to put 2 double windows at the time to match the upper existing windows, and a single window to what amounts to the north of the door in what was the bathroom. You can see the 3 skylights on the roof that exist. Everything else was approved as existing. On to the south, you'll see these are public views of the west elevation from the alley, from the street, etc. South elevation, the original approved COA was on the first floor, was add a double window to the west of the existing single window, and the ground floor infill existing door and window openings. The purpose of this was because the original plan called for the basement of the barn to be open from the main area into this space. Turns out that the elevations were different, and it was all dirt floor, and so we opted not to infill and left the existing ground floor door and window openings as they were. Instead of the single window that existed and adding a double, we opted, because it was became the kitchen, to replace the single with a double and not install another window. So once again, it's far less exterior alteration. Here you can see the south elevation with the 1 double window instead of the double and the single, far less alteration, just like on the other 2 sides. Go ahead there. You can show just public views from Leahy Park and from the alley. Street view, Lincoln Avenue. So you can see that what we're asking for is that a few windows were just very slightly altered where they're located on 2 elevations only, and much, much less actual alteration was finally completed. In terms of the standards, we wanted to address those. Number 1, every reasonable effort was made to adapt the structure in a manner that required minimal alteration of the property. Overall, less exterior work is existing now than the original approved COA plans. Totally, lots and lots of effort to maintain the original character. Number 2, the existing conditions of the structure contain the original qualities and characters as they were originally constructed. Again, all the original trim and siding is as it was constructed in the 19th century, including from material that we found left over in the barn. Number 4, the work in the structure was done 20 plus years ago, and as evidence of the history and development of the structure, these changes that were made have acquired, in our opinion, significance, perhaps in their own right, and this significance should be recognized and respected. We've put forth significant time, energy, and historical passion to preserve the historical structure of property, preventing dilapidation and destruction. Standard 6, where replacement was necessary, the material used matches the material being replaced in composition, color, design, texture, and other visual qualities. Again, all siding and trim came, that was anything that's been replaced ever since then, all was original and we found on the property. Number 9, the work done is innovative and should not be discouraged since the existing conditions do not destroy significant historic, cultural, architectural, or archaeological material, and the existing conditions are compatible with the features and character of the property, neighborhood, and environment. Clearly so. What we've done has been done with passion to restore this old barn into the future. Our barn restoration in toto over the last 20 years has not only repaired structural failure from the original dirt floor up with steel and concrete, but it's maximized and extended the life of this, what was then a derelict structure we purchased 24 years ago. Further and importantly, we have preserved a part of North Evanston's very, very important heritage and history. We hope you will approve our substantial, thoughtful, and ongoing passionate efforts with this COA. Thank you.
You know, as you went through, it was fairly quick, and I missed the work that you've done since you last came in to, I don't know, the cover up or whatever, the skylights. Could you show us that on the pictures? I
Can we
don't
go
know.
back to the east elevation, I think is what you're referring to? 6 skylights were approved. We originally put 3 on the west, 3 on the east. We removed the 3 on the east. We didn't cover them up. We removed them and re-roofed the structure. There you go. You can see that new roof. That's a new roof. That's all new roofing. And they've been removed and not just re-shingled, but replaced with actually 1x6 decking, which was the standard there as opposed to plywood and shingles. At your wish.
Okay. Was there any other work that has been done since you last?
There has been, on the inside, a lot of work has been done. And in fact, we've taken it to completion on the interior with all inspections passed, full and complete. It's ready to go, set to jet. It's ready to go, waiting for this COA.
All right. Other commissioners have questions? Scott, I think maybe was there anybody actually signed up to speak? I know there were 3 or 4 emails that came in that I know I read.
I believe it was just written comments, but again, if there's
I
any.
saw the written ones.
Yeah.
Can we go to the west elevation? The packet we got was fairly incomplete, and then this was sent this afternoon. You say that you only did, what does it say on the slide before? Scott, Scott, you have to go one back. There's a description. No, okay, you're saying that you've only put in 3 skylights, and there's only, I don't understand the 1 single window to north of door, 3 double windows to south of door.
If you can play us back to the picture there.
Yeah.
You'll see on the, that was the original COA, 6 skylights on the roof. We installed 3, and you can see them on the picture recently taken there. Yep, thank you. And the upper floor windows were existing. The bottom floor windows, you can see what was approved. And if the architect at the time had maybe been more thoughtful, it just would have been a slightly different picture there, and it would have been de minimis and no problem as the COA. They weren't even discussed. But as it happened, it seemed to be smarter to try to match the upper windows with the lower windows. You can see the window, double window on the original drawing that is to the south, and that is actually existing, and it's largely behind the tree on the picture of the house. And then if you move to the north, you'll see 2 double casement windows, a door, and then a single casement window. On the original drawing, what was permitted there was 3 single windows. It was just an architectural oops at the time, in my opinion. And so what we're asking for really now is simply a COA to approve where those windows lie.
Well, there's
and to mention that that there's only 3 skylights on the roof, which was the major contentious item, instead of 6.
Let me make a point. When I look at the original elevation, one of the things that stands out, whether they were 3 or 6 skylights, those skylights are painstakingly aligned with the 3 windows right below them. Well, I don't know what that was.
It was a dog.
I realized it was a dog. Somebody's going to take responsibility for that dog, but not me. But when I look at what you have, that you only have supposedly 3, but as best I can tell, those 3 don't seem to align with anything. so that when you talk about the windows on the, what you call the first floor at deck level, that the windows in some way relate to the windows on the floor above, and only one of those, I think, may align with the windows above. Now the skylights don't either. So whether you have 3 skylights or 6 skylights, they seem to be randomly up there now. You know, so all of the effort that somebody had, you know, you're dumping on the guy for not doing something right on the first floor, but you didn't do what he asked for on the roof either.
You know what, I want to just say, this is, I want to say this because here's what I don't understand. And I know I had looked at these, this submission as a new submission, and I am not understanding something. I had asked that we see, because now we're looking at something, let's just go back for all of us who might already know this. We're going back, there was COA approved, and then there was something that was built that wasn't according to the COA, right? Okay, so what I had asked is that when we're looking at what was built, that what we have to do is compare it to what was there before this whole COA, because it never was built accordingly. And so I don't understand what I'm looking at here, because that is, you know, those skylights, that was part of the COA. Like, those skylights weren't in there for that drawing. So I'm back to like, well, what are we looking at? And if we're just being asked to approve what's there now, and I realize that the skylights are, some of them were removed, what are we do? We're just asking to approve something that is built to move it forward, and we can't even compare it to the like, we need the existing drawings of the house. So I'm not sure what that is. Is that the existing drawing that the COA was approved? It seems that was the COA that was approved, but where's the existing drawing of the barn without those skylights? Because that was the original, right? Or what am I missing here?
Well, it's without a lot of stuff, Julie. You're looking at what was approved.
I know, and what I had asked, I'm just telling you what I had asked, because I think if we're being asked now to say this is a new COA, and we have something that was built and it's there, what are we comparing it to? Because the COA was not built accordingly. So all you can do is say, oh, it's like a drawing of something. They're asked, you know, that the owner's asking for approval based on an existing something that doesn't exist anymore, and I don't even know what it is. It just seems like this is a fool's errand for us. I just, you know, it's like, if we say, I want to say this, if we say it's okay because it looks okay and we're moving it forward, then we must say this is not what we are slated to do. If you get a COA, you build it according to the COA. If you make changes, you have to come back. And so whatever we do tonight, it is making a very large statement about what our role is, and it has to, you know, I don't understand.
Commissioner
Okay,
Hackerton, get your question.
I can happily address what was existing. May I?
Well, I think I'm talking about a broader picture of what we're being asked to do. So before, I'm sorry, before.
What was existing is very easily identifiable from the drawings.
I think Scott, maybe you can just address this once more for me, because this is just so out of the ordinary for us to.
So we took a look at records in City Hall, and we're not able to locate an elevation of what would have been existing in 1997. And then we did ask the applicant for photographs of the structure at that time, and they stated they did not have any photographs.
I understand. So then what the decision we make tonight, it cannot set a precedent, because this is a terrible precedent to set. So how do we move forward is what I'm asking in the bigger picture of trying to move this forward.
So again, I suggest that the commission take a look at this like it would another application, although it is a unique application in a number of ways, but to look at the standards and to review the standards and to see if the improvements that are proposed, which are the improvements that have been made, meet the standards for review.
Well, wait, Scott. because you're asking us, and I think Julie's point is, you're saying, look at what we see in color on the right. Let's take this image, and treat it as if this is what's being proposed relative to what's the drawing on the left. But Julie's point is the drawing on the left is not where they started. I think that's your point, isn't it, Julie?
No, but Scott's saying we have to, I mean, regardless what was approved, that the only question up today is whether we will approve the facade as it is, even though, you know, unfortunately we have no reference point for what at the time the existing conditions were. We just don't. I mean, it's just a fact at this point.
Yeah, but if I look at the standards and I talk about proportion of the windows, and the windows aren't whatever was approved and this and that, I think Julie's point is we don't even know what windows were.
We're not going to know. The question is whether I mean, and to be honest, we also, if the current configuration came before us as a proposal, we wouldn't have approved it. I mean, that's clear.
Do I then say that those stairs going up to the deck should go because they're not on the drawing on the left?
Okay,
No, I'm asking a rhetorical question. I see a set of stairs there and I don't see them on the drawing on the left. So I assume that there was no staircase approved back then either. And no one's mentioned that.
Okay.
Where'd the staircase come from?
Yeah, no,
Can I address that? Because this is all a matter of the record. The deck and the staircase, I think, Julie, somebody mentioned last time around that you had listened to the recordings of the last of the meeting 20 years ago, and there was 2 items that were discussed at length that concerned the commission. The first one was the skylights. Was that you? I think that was you. And the second one was the deck. And so the deck was finally approved, and it's permitted. It went through zoning compliance. It went through the building department. It went through the plan commission, and it went through the Historic Preservation Commission, and it was approved just as you see it, in fact, with the stairs, Elliot. And it was meant to be a freestanding deck because that was the depiction of how it could go along with the barn. What you see is exactly what existed, the lower elevation, the upper elevation. What was changed, there was a door where there's a door. What was changed were the skylights and the lower windows as you see them. So to the point of the standards, and I think what Mark was saying was that, you know, what we're coming before you asking is whether that you can give us a certificate of appropriateness. You can't even in this season see these first floor windows or barely from anywhere. But we're asking for the windows you see on the first floor, what you see there, for you to approve them instead of the 3 windows that are where they were designated at the time. And we have less impact with 3 less skylights. On the south elevation, we have less impact because we eliminated a window. On the east elevation, we have much less impact because we eliminated a whole sliding door with respect to the standards and the historic preservation impact for alterations. You know?
Can I just say, so if I'm looking at this drawing, I'm looking at where, you know, based on the drawing and the notes, things were added. And I know that this was originally a historic barn. And I know by the standards reasonable efforts should be made to adapt the property and structure in a manner that requires minimal alteration and distinguishing original qualities and character of the property. So this was a barn. And when I look at the first floor windows and the door, it appears that alterations were proposed originally to be more minimalistic, not to be kind of turn it into a colonial house, but to be, you know, like single windows on the west elevation look similar to the single, you know, kind of barn window that was on the south elevation. And so that kind of, it's a nod, they were diminished as a nod to the fact that this was a barn and we want to add more light, but we want to still let this feel like a barn. So if I'm looking and you're asking me now to look at this drawing and see, you know, what was proposed to be added, or, you know, it was an original barn, I would still defer to what was originally approved. I don't believe that these first floor window alterations are done in a manner which is a nod to the existing historical structure, which was a barn. It feels more like you're trying to make it, more of a, larger windows for more of a residence than a barn or whatever. And so based on that and standards, at least 1 and 2, I haven't read through the other standards offhand. Based on what you've presented, I still don't believe that these windows meet the standards.
I'd like to respond to that a little bit. This barn had undergone quite a bit of work by the previous owners, and it had long ceased being just a barn. The second floor had been used as a studio. The 3 double casement windows are new modern type casement windows on the second floor. Those are existing. We saved this derelict structure from falling down and from a fate that would have been very, very ugly. We've spent all these years, and I'll note that it only became an issue to the standard I mentioned about number 4. This only became an issue, in fact, a year ago, when in fact the reason it came up is because we finally took the step to do a compliant subdivision of the property. And the neighbors don't want to see that happen, and that's what you're hearing basically. And that's what's being responded to by some of you, I know. So what we actually, when we were approved for the original COA, and what you see here today, as opposed to what was existing, is much, much less window, much less light. It's a large effort to save this barn and to make it into an adaptive historical structure. And I hope I think we'll be nominated for 2 historic preservation awards next year. And one of them is adaptive reuse. And that's not only legitimate, but that's good and that's beautiful. And the efforts we put in
the thing is,
why don't we
recognized as opposed to denigrated.
Okay, why don't we, let's first of all, was there any member of the public who wished to speak to this? Who's here? No, okay. Okay, Mr. Schweitzer, maybe, why don't you, we don't have a way of asking you to step down from the podium, but I think you've made your presentation. Why don't we move on to the discussion among commissioners as to what we ought to do? I just want to go back to the, at the prior meeting where we turned this down before at least the skylights were eliminated on the east side. I remember Elliot specifically asked, we were all at a loss because it's a terribly unique situation.
Doesn't remember this one.
And Elliot asked the question about, well, if we disapprove it, because we really didn't want to endorse what was done in any way, shape, or form, what will happen? And the nobody at this, it was, I think, the city staff stated it was uncertain. There would have to be determined. I explored this issue before the meeting because I thought, I think none of it, for the reasons Alec has articulated, none of us would approve this work if it wasn't done. I just don't think we would approve it. And I agree with Alec's analysis and about the issues. But the question is, what'll happen? What is actually the choice we're making today? And my understanding is there's no other avenues of recourse, that the applicant would have to basically, I don't know how you take the facade that's there and revert it to what it was, but they would actually have to do that, or they might never be able to get any permits or, potentially use the property. And so unfortunately, it's down to where it's just, there's no good solution. This is, I think, a completely unique and ugly situation. I think none of us, the comments from the public really seem to go to the history of what happened and being very critical of it. I think, I would agree that the history is ugly. But I guess the narrow question before us today is whether we're willing to accept the some modification done to the east facade and move on. The other choice is basically to require the applicant to somehow comply with the original plan, which it's hard to see how they could do that very well. But unfortunately, those are the only choices we have today. And they're not great choices. Neither of them are great, but there doesn't seem to be any other option other than those two.
Could I just wanted to understand something. Scott, what you said before when, this, and I wasn't here when this got the COA, I wasn't on the board, the commission rather. But when this was first approved, there were existing drawings, and then there were drawings made, and there was an approval process. But you're saying that there's no record of those drawings, right? That were used to get this COA. Is that what I
Carlos did some
understand?
research and was not able to locate those records.
Okay, so I don't know how it can be evaluated, but I cannot evaluate it.
Let me jump in. The existing drawings
Mr.
are
Switzer,
what you're looking at. Those are the existing drawings that were used for the permit, and you see it very clearly. I've got the whole set of plans right here. I can hold them up for you with the approvals. Those were the existing drawings, and that was the existing building as it was when we purchased it. And what you see right there, shows you, if you can read it, but it will say existing windows, existing doors, etc. Those are the existing.
And there were existing
situations. So I'm not
skylights.
sure what you're looking for. There's nothing else to see. That's what it was.
It says on there, new skylights, existing.
Yeah.
I think.
Those are the existing drawings.
May
I mean, that's what it was.
Those plans were stamped by Carlos Ruiz in 1997.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'm going to get the plans out and I can show them to you.
All right, well, Alexa made a point, I don't know, that it seems to me that we can't really look at what we're seeing on the left as what was approved, whatever year it was, because if this is a new application, but we're not supposed to be comparing it to what was intended. We should be looking at what was the barn in what year was that?
Yes, absolutely, Elliot, agreed. And that's what they,
1997.
Okay, so what we need to be seeing is
yes,
and it's obviously apparently not around, the 1997 application that said, here's the existing barn, here's what we
He
propose.
sent those in with our application.
Well,
One of the additional documents.
Carlos, can you address this?
Where's
That's
the
your signature, isn't it?
Where's the existing building in 97? Because that's the only one we should be comparing. with.
yes, that's,
And Senator Dudnick, with all due respect, these plans were sent in 18 months ago.
Hey, we're only going with what we've got here.
I understand that, but these plans were sent in, they were sat down with Erica Storley.
Scott Mangum has seen these plans and we've discussed them in City Hall together over and over and over, personally together. Carlos Ruiz signed this plan. Carlos, speak up, please.
There is I think a misconstruing, misunderstanding what the commission's asking for. They're not asking for the plans that were approved in 1997, which is what's on the screen here. They're asking for the plans that would have shown what it looked like in 97 before any changes were made.
That's what the plans do, Scott. You know that. You've seen them. You've got copies of all of them. That's exactly what the plans do. Why are you dismissing that? That's
So
a
are you
question.
you have an
Carlos knows
elevation
it
that does
well as
not
well.
show the skylights?
Carlos is very involved with
The
this.
elevation does not show the windows on it?
I beg your pardon?
Are you saying you have an elevation that does not show the skylights on the elevation?
We have an elevation that shows without the skylights and with it. Yeah, as existing.
All right, well, I'll ask something else. You denigrated those three little vertical windows on that elevation, right? And they became the double windows. What was there before your architect or whoever it was showed those three vertical casements? Were there any windows on that first floor where there's a deck now?
No, I don't believe so.
No, there's nothing.
Well,
I mean,
that's what we're asking. I think
we're
that's-
asking for those documents.
But it shows it as a new window. That's what it shows.
we just say, I mean, I can see, it points to this is existing, this is new. So when I look at the first
Thank
floor,
you.
I see a reverse swing existing door.
Thank you.
Looks different than what's there now, I
So
believe.
we should all take trace.
So that's different. And
Trace
then the
over this elevation, eliminate all of the windows that say new windows on
No,
it.
that's crazy.
Well, I'm just saying, that's what he's asking us to do.
Well, he's asking, so to me, but to me, it's, you know, it looked like a barn. The three diminutive windows weren't there. They proposed adding them.
Right.
Which was, you know, a nod that the Preservation Commission had in the past, said, okay, well, we'll let you add those three little windows, so it still kind of looks like a barn, but they added, you know, which they didn't have to necessarily add those little windows, but they added bigger windows. So if I look at this, I can see that they proposed new windows, but there weren't windows there before. So there was nothing there before. So that makes double kind of more colonial, whatever, residential windows even worse than bigger than the little windows. It's bigger windows as opposed to no windows. So to me, that just supports the comment that I made initially about the standards that, you know, so there was nothing there. And now
the same thing is go around the corner, and I think you get the same thing probably on the south as well.
Can we move to the south elevation again, please?
I think it's the south rather than the east.
So there was only one.
No, that's the east.
East is sort of untouched.
South elevation, there was only one kind of the more narrow window that they played off of on the west elevation.
Well, isn't that which of those windows that we're looking at? We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 openings, right? Exclusive of the door on the ground floor.
All of the openings there were existing, except for the window that you actually see was an existing single, and we made it a double instead of adding a double to have less impact.
Well, where's that double window to the left?
We did not install it.
So you put one big one in the middle.
That there was an existing opening, and instead to reduce the impact, we put one window there instead of having now 3. Now there's one double window.
Okay,
But what's that on the ground floor?
The ground floor was existing door and window openings. The barn had been modernized to a very minimal effect. It still had dirt floors and no structural support when we bought it, but it had been modernized by the prior owner to use primarily the second floor as a studio.
Well, the question
Hence
is,
the new casement windows that you see, that you have
the
seen.
window on the ground floor being closed up because, to use Aleka's sort of context, they were trying to bring it back to it being a barn.
No, the ground floor was a cold root cellar, and that's what it still remains.
With a great big window?
The ground floor doesn't have a great big window. There's a door that is original, so far as I can tell, going back to 19th century. And those windows were glass block windows that were glass blocked in before we purchased the building.
All right, until we have, I'm saying if the drawing, I think until we have drawings that are of the existing house before the COA, and if there's notes on there that I can't read that said new, existing to remain, what we're asking is what we ask every single applicant so that we understand what you're asking. You've built something, you put stuff in, you know, whatever you've done, and we're treating them as if they're drawings, and you're asking us for permission, and we need to see what was there before those drawings were made, which you received the COA for. So I am asking the same question as before. If they don't exist, but there's notes on those drawings that say that Aleka can see, which I can't see, which say replace, new, I mean, our job is not to make a sketch over this, to show what was existing.
This was done 4 years ago.
What we did.
Well, it's like you're asking for forgiveness.
What we did, in fact, what you see there today on the barn behind 2404 Ridge is far, far less glass, far, far less opening than what was approved.
Okay, let's just go back to finish the factual issue. So, I mean, again, what the commissioners are asking for, it doesn't seem like this, but I want to confirm that, which is either a drawing or a picture of the structure before the alterations were made. I mean, we understand that the depictions here, the plans show, do depict, and I think I've blown it up, I can see it, what was to be added. But does anybody have either a depiction or a picture of the structure before the alterations were made?
No, I don't believe so. The architect started with what he had, and I think it's a common architectural practice, at least it was then. This is a very substantial firm, and they're very, very professional. I think it was standard practice to write existing, change, new, etc. I think that was standard practice.
Right. Okay.
I think
we understand that. So I'm sorry, Scott, can you verify that that we seem to have exhausted our ability to find a picture of or drawing of the conditions as they pre-existed before the work was done?
I know Carlos looked last week for that information, was not able to locate it. There's a substantial amount of information that's in the attic of the Civic Center. I don't know how many man hours it would take to look through that information.
Yeah. Well,
on the south elevation, there are 2 skylights, right? You don't list them at all. Aren't there 2 skylights there?
On the south elevation, there are 2 skylights that were listed, drawn, and permitted.
Okay.
can I,
They're
so,
not where they were shown either.
No,
Just
they're-
further.
Yeah, where they're shown, yep. Approximately where they're shown, I guess.
Oh, they were shown virtually centered under the little window up at the top of the gable. And now they're spread all the way over.
so can I ask,
Pre-2000.
Okay.
you know what?
Everything.
I don't,
All of this was done 20 years ago.
well, you
More or
know, you
less.
got a COA and
By
you
the
usually,
standards.
When did you come on the scene? Maybe I'm getting this all wrong. You weren't part of the original COA?
When what was? I didn't
Were
understand.
you part of the original COA?
Was I?
yes.
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 Okay.
Yeah, it took me, yeah.
So everything we see that doesn't quite look like the original COA apparently happened on your watch. You make it seem like this was approved, this occurred.
Okay, this is just deteriorating into an argument. I'm
Okay.
going to ask that we not engage in
Elliot.
arguments with the applicant. Mr. Swan,
I'm just trying to understand what.
yeah, okay, let's back off. Let's back off. Let's go back to the request Julie has made is that we be able to see what was
Right.
what the structure looked like. Julie, I don't know if you can blow up the when you blow up the drawings, it actually it is
It does say it.
somewhat clear what actually was there and what was added.
Mark, can I ask a question, just a clarification question again? So I'm supposed to be looking at this building as if the only things that were existing were the things that were originally existing on this drawing, right?
Right.
And I'm supposed to pretend as if the things that are there aren't there and whether or not I'm going to approve them to be, right?
I'm not sure I'm following. We're being asked to approve, to grant a certificate of appropriateness for what was constructed.
Okay, but I'm supposed to base it now on like, if I look at this drawing and I can see the notes and I can talk you guys through the notes if you want. And so we're stripping it down to the original barn on what existed before any of these proposed additions were made that were on this drawing. So
I mean, I think
the south elevation only had 3 double windows on the 2nd floor, 1 reverse swing door on the 1st floor, and then the window on the barn doors and the basement.
That's the west elevation.
It did.
Elevation are you on?
Sorry, I'm sorry, west elevation.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, it seems like the substantial deviations are the 2 double windows on the right were
Not even
single
substantial.
windows in the
Mark,
plans, and then the skylights are not in the same places. They're not aligned over the windows.
But that's what I'm confused with, because I thought we went through all of this, but if it's coming back to us and now in a different headspace of, okay, let's look at it as if nothing happened and it was coming to us the first time. And the only thing that was on the west elevation was no skylights, 3 double windows on the second floor, 1 reverse swing door on the first floor, no deck, 2 barn doors, and a horizontal window in the kind of lower level basement.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're hearing that, I don't think all those are, I mean, we're hearing at least that the deck was approved.
But the deck
But when was the deck?
later. That came later, Mark.
It did not come later. It was approved at the same COA meeting. Who just said that? Elliot? Was that you?
Well, but then you said something about the stairs and the deck came later.
No, I didn't say that. The deck and the stairs were all part of these plans.
Okay, so I'm
You know, that Carlos is very familiar with. Carlos, please speak up. It was all approved, Elliot, and it's stamped by zoning, by planning, by building, and by the HPP. Everything you see.
Okay, let's back up and let, Carlos, are you able to comment on that?
Please, Carlos.
Or not?
I'm trying to speak, but I can't. There's a lot of cross conversation. But to be clear, on the left side of the drawings next to is what the Commission of 1997 issued the same drawings in 19. What we don't have, or at least I cannot locate at this moment, is whether they had the elevator of the barn before those proposed alterations. The second thing is, yes.
I'm just going to, do you know what happened? The deal is with the deck. Do you know if that was approved?
All I can tell you is what I see points, because my memory is I like to be. I can only rely to and where I approved in 97 after the commission approved, and in 2000 we applied for the COA, which any alterations to the 1997. So the problem I see is that even if they're saying, for instance, less windows, but in proportion. So if you look at elevation, I'm looking at south elevation on my screen. There are 2 problems there. One, location of the skylights thing, and 2, it's only in that 1 window, but the windows that they proposed or they were there, because I cannot read what are. So that goes to the point that Commissioner Sullivan is making, that those proportions are better for what the nature of this building is, which is a barn. And then if you look at the it shows only 1 window, whereas it shows 2 openings and then something that is or boarded up around. These are alterations that do not reflect the 2000 drawings show. And I can go other sides. So what they're saying is, to some extent it's true, but the question is a proportion of the windows, for instance, or the location of the understand how could they see this, that they are not.
Not sure. We've lost them.
Yeah, I didn't sort of hear the end, but well, Mark, I have a question. I mean, what do you want to do? You want to take a vote or something?
Well, I guess the question is, well, I guess whether we can get any more facts.
I mean, I probably do is go back to the city and go to the attic space and find any evidence, anything that I can find from 20 years ago, or more than that, 23 years. We had paper copies. I have boxes and boxes up there, which I labeled many years ago, and over the years have been moved around because of the needs of the civic center. So go back and see if I can start, we'll say 9 or 2000, and if I find it. What I looked at the civic center this week was on microfiche, and I didn't find wetlands for that. Now I had some, documents that we provided when they applied the first time for the alterations as constructed, and the documents that were submitted to City Council with the commission's decision.
You also have, Carlos, the documents that went to the HPC the first time, as well as the recorded meeting.
You talk about 1997?
I think so, if that's when it was, or 2000 or whatever.
Okay,
because I think it was,
if you think
people have referred to listening to that recording. I think it's in the archives that can be drawn online.
If I find
a lot of talk about
to show
that.
Like I said, only look at the drawings you submitted twice.
But you can hear the video, the audio, sorry, the record, you can hear.
Okay. Okay.
Carlos, do you know anything about the
And I think some of you have already heard it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Carlos, do you know anything about the
I think
deck?
we read a transcript.
Whether the deck was approved?
Can we see the other elevations? They don't show stairs.
Well, the west elevation, everything says new with the exception of the 3 double windows on the second floor, 1 window, the horizontal window on the first floor, and there's reference to an existing barn door being replaced by a garage door. The door on the second floor, I don't understand, because if there was no new, if it says new deck, which would imply there was a door out in space, all those other windows on that level are new.
You know, the deck is actually on the plan if you look carefully. It says
I'm
new.
holding the plans that were approved by Carlos and everybody else. It shows the plan and elevation and scale, the deck.
But it says new
It's
deck.
all right there. It's all right here. It's absurd, this conversation. That was all approved, Elliot. I mean, what do it's black and white.
Wait, just you know what, Mark, we've gotta, this is just.
Yeah, okay, let's.
Why are we being
Mr.
challenged
Swaits,
about what was approved or not?
Mr. Schweitzer, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you not to speak anymore. I think
because
you've had your chance to present your application. I mean, if we were at a meeting, we would ask you to sit down. We're going to finish our discussion about what we think should be done, and then move on. The deck, when you blow up this plan, the deck is actually on there as a request for a new deck. It says on the right side, kind of in the center, it says new deck, and it's hard to see the depiction, but it actually is on there.
Which sheet are you on?
If you're looking at the west elevation, the plan that was approved in 1997,
You mean
it
that
does. It does say in the right in the center, it says new deck, and it points to the deck.
Right, that's what I said. It
share my
wasn't-
screen now. Yeah.
It goes, Mark, that was my point, is that it goes back to what Aleka said. What was there before?
Right. Well, here's the thing. So let me just ask this. I had asked Carlos when we previewed all of this before. Remember, there was, we were doing that to try to help the commission. And I had asked for that information, and that's how we would look at this, with seeing the original drawings. Obviously, we're seeing that they couldn't find them, and Carlos has said he couldn't find them. So either we say we postpone this, or we table this, so maybe Carlos can find the drawings. If you are all going to agree that you could use those to evaluate something that was built and pretend that the thing that was built is just a drawing that we're going to approve, then that's a pathway forward. Or if there, I mean, I think we just have to decide, or if there are no drawings and Carlos can't find them, then what are we gonna do? I think it's like, I think this is just such an anomaly, and it is not anything, if whatever we do, this is absolutely, we should specify that this is not a precedent that should ever be shaped by what our decision is. So I would ask everyone, do we want, and would we like Carlos to see if he can find the original documents, or, do they exist as part of this COA, which they would have, but who knows where they are, or not? How about just that
I'll
question?
be happy to go back again and search the attic space and see if there's a copy of the application.
But that drawing would just show, like, again, like this west elevation without skylights.
Yeah.
Second story windows. With
Also,
nothing.
with all due respect.
No, I'm sorry. Please
asked
stop
Carlos.
interrupting us. Please stop interrupting us.
So it would just show the west elevation with the 3 second story windows and that 1 first story swing door, and then the things on the barn stuff on the lower level. It'd be no deck, it'd be none of the other windows, none of the skylights, for example. So
Right.
is the question, as I look at that, if I looked at that with just those 3 windows and the 1 swing door and the barn doors beneath and the horizontal window, would I approve what exists now?
Yeah.
You're asking me.
That's what I'm asking all of you. That's what I'm asking.
So
Yeah.
I can, I agree with the applicants. I can see that all of these things, if I'm taking this back, and in my mind, taking off all the things that say new and eliminating those from that drawing and looking based on that, what was here, and you're asking me that barn structure versus this, would I approve this as it exists now?
Right.
I again would say standards 1 and 2 and some of the other standards, no, I would not. And I don't need Carlos to go dig through the attic. I can see that based on.
Okay.
I concur. I agree. I don't think for myself, I think I can interpret the blow up of the drawing that I have here, and I don't necessarily need the original.
Okay.
And I don't think that based on what I'm seeing that I would approve. I don't, again, the massing and the integrity of what the structure is, I don't think I would.
Okay. Yeah, Julia, I'm reluctant to send. I mean, Carlos,
Okay.
unless you feel that would be fruitful in the middle of a pandemic, I'm just kind of reluctant
Okay.
to have you go.
Well, I just, okay.
I don't think it would add any more information. We
Okay.
can on the drawings where
I
it's-
can't read it, so that's fine.
Agreed.
If I can share my screen, I can show you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Julie?
I mean, I believe you guys. I can't see the little, I don't even, maybe I can blow it up.
It can be blown up.
Julie, the
blow it
better
up.
alternative is if you look at the packet, not what's on the screen now. If you go to the packet that we were sent, or you can go to the city website packet.
Okay.
And you take that PDF, you can zoom in on it, which is what I'm doing.
Okay, well, you know what? I believe you when it says, that's fine, when it says what's existing and what isn't. So then,
Yeah, Beth can take us.
okay, I see.
Okay,
Existing
so yeah, so
remain.
this is the blow up
New
here.
new windows to match. So those weren't there. New window to match existing.
Where are you? Which elevation are you
I'm just looking at the west here. New skylights, all the skylights are new. Existing windows to remain, those 3. New windows to match existing.
Well, I guess
So
those windows were there. It says they were
Those are you
existing. yeah.
talking about?
No, they were not there. It says new windows.
New windows, those were not there
The existing are on the top floor.
on the top floor.
Second and then south elevation.
New insulated, new garage doors to match existing barn doors.
The
Whatever
river,
those were.
the
So, new deck.
Just no stairs.
There's no stairs.
stairs, there's
And there was no deck.
Well, the deck is there, but, oh, it's new though, yes.
It says new. I don't know what was there.
And I don't understand the door because there would have been a door in space on the second floor. and
Right.
Part of
But
some
you
hayloft.
sometimes had that on
Might
barns.
have been a hayloft. It might have been for a hayloft.
Yeah, you had hay lofts and things like that.
Although that's another one because the door was being converted into
Okay.
a door with glass. So you might have had a question about that too.
Okay.
May I recommend that you, Carlos, that you try to find the recording and send it to the commissioners? That might be helpful of the discussion that was had before.
I don't think that,
Okay, I think we've settled the facts, which are that basically that the windows on the, I don't know what it is, the two large double windows on the right side of the west facade were not approved, and the skylights are in addition to the number, are not in the place that was approved, in the location that was approved. So I think we know the facts. So, I mean, it sounds like we probably should just vote on the matter. Is there any other discussion? Okay, I don't see any purpose to continuing.
I agree.
Okay,
And can you just explain then what happens when if it is a negative vote, then what happens? Just because then the work is already done. Can you re-explain that, please?
Sure. So the preservation ordinance allows for fines for violations of the preservation ordinance. So in this case, the first time it went all the way through the process, and then staff issued a violation letter to the applicant. The applicant then applied for the current certificate of appropriateness. But there's potential for this to go to administrative adjudication hearings or circuit court, and then for fines to be issued for these violations.
I'm sorry, Scott, when we spoke the other day, you also said no permits could be issued for work, or?
I believe there is a stipulation in the code.
I'm sorry, you muted before you finished.
Yeah, I was going to look for that code section, but yeah, there's a code section also that refers to non-issuance of building permits.
All right, well, why don't we vote on it? I don't see any place else to go. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve it?
But we still have to have the motion one way or the other, right?
Yeah, I think we need the motion.
I'm reading what's there. I'm trying to figure out what a motion would say. Well, I have a question, Mark, or anybody else. The way this application reads, it's not what we've all been discussing, meaning it reads as if we're approving the existing conditions, et cetera, and yet we've been discussing it as if we're approving the equivalent of a new application for new work, as if, you know, what existed 20 years ago. I'm sorry to put it that way.
that
So-
is exist.
I'm not clear. This keeps talking about the existing condition as being the existing, but these existing conditions are in fact, I'll call them the proposed new things that we're being asked to approve.
Yeah, that's right. But I think it's the word existing is a funny word to use in that context, but it's still factually correct.
Well, but the term reflect less work than completed.
I don't think you should say that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying I'm not ready to make a motion.
Well, I mean, the motion would basically be to approve the work that was completed on the, I think on the west facade.
And the south.
In the south.
Right, okay. mean, I don't see the complexity in making the motion.
Sure.
Do you want to make the motion, Elliot?
I'm not sure I'm ready to, because I'm trying to figure out how to word it, and I don't agree with what you've just said.
Well,
in
we
terms
don't,
of what it says. In terms of what you think that we're making a motion on, that's all.
Well, you can word it the way you want. I mean, you're not
I'm trying,
married to the way it's written up.
unless somebody else wants to volunteer to do it.
Lucky, you understand the work,
Well-
the work that was done. I think maybe you should make the motion.
I think so. Make a motion for a certificate of appropriateness on 2404 Ridge Avenue, landmark case 20 Pres 0187, for approval of the existing conditions of windows and skylights on the barn, as compared to the original condition of the barn 15 years ago prior to alterations.
I think for the sake of what'll get recorded in the records and sent to City Council, we should mention the specific things that I think you've identified that are different from what had been approved.
Okay, including, wait a minute. I have to look at.
Now you know why I was having a problem.
West elevation, skylights, first floor windows, alteration of door and deck, south elevation, skylights, and alteration of first floor window. Oop. Wait a minute now, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling to the different elevations. Those were the two elevations that I was primarily.
I think we should specifically state the location of the skylights in a location other than that approved centered over the windows. No longer centered over the windows.
But that wasn't part of.
Those are new, that wasn't.
Those are new.
Those are new. So that
Right.
had to do with the old stuff. So I'm basing it on these alterations. You know, I was
Right.
supposed to take all new things off.
Right.
You know, maybe this isn't, I'm just finding this too confusing. I mean, Scott, Carlos, can we, I mean, if nobody wants to make a motion, do we actually need to vote on it? I mean, if all the commissioners decline to make a motion?
I think for the record, you should either continue the item if you wanted to consider it a future meeting, or if you don't, you should make a motion to, in the affirmative, so a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the requested alterations, citing the standards, and then vote on that. And then depending on the vote, then it would be great if commissioners would follow up and state the standards they think either were met or were not met.
Well, I have a question, Mark, or anybody else. Does this motion not include that the work was not constructed in the manner approved, or are we leaving that out so that the council is not aware of that?
I mean, I think we need to identify what has been constructed that our approval is requested of, that was not in accordance with the original plans and therefore would require our approval, and then vote on that. And I think it's really, I mean, in the center of the motion, I think it's clear. It's the one double window and two double windows to the north of the door, where single windows and one double window were approved. And then the one double window where one single window was as shown on the approved plans. And then I think we've identified something that's not listed in the request, which was that the skylights were actually constructed in a different location than was shown in the plans, and that would have to be approved. They're not centered, no longer centered over the windows. So I think those were the 3 items that we would have to approve for them to, for the existing conditions to be approved.
Well, but I think again, we seem to be mixing things that were approved versus things that weren't there at all.
It doesn't matter. The request is to approve construction of things that haven't been approved. So we have to identify those things which haven't been approved, which I think are those 3 things, and then make a motion to approve, to approve them and then vote on it. All right, I'll try to make the motion. I move to approve a certificate of appropriateness for 2404 Ridge Avenue, landmark case 20 Pres 0187, for the construction of certain elements which for work that has been done, has been completed, that were not approved in 1997 and 2000. The elements which are not approved and we would move be approved today are on the first floor, 1 double window and 2 double windows to the north of the door where single windows and 1 double window are approved. On the south elevation, 1 double window or 1 single window as is shown in the approved plans. And then thirdly, the relocation of the skylights from the locations depicted in the approved plans from 1997, which were centered over the windows, and which skylights were constructed in a different location than shown. And that's in accordance with standards for alterations 1 through 10, demolition 1 through 6. Does anybody want to, is that at least decently clear? I'm sorry.
And who wrote that down? Can somebody read it back?
I think it's just.
Mark can't say it because he's the chair.
It's yeah. I couldn't keep up myself. I just make sense.
I'm like.
Recorded, we have that, but yeah, it's the existing improvements as constructed on the east elevation on the first floor, and then the skylights on the second floor, and then the south elevation windows.
It was west elevation on the first.
It was west, don't say east.
Yeah, west elevation on the first floor. Okay.
All right, I'm sorry, is that decently clear, Aleka?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't be clearer. It's hard to do it off the cuff, as we both found out. Would somebody like to second it for the purpose of voting?
Yeah, can you read it again, please? I'm sorry.
Just second it, Elliot. I'm not.
I lost him somewhere in there because he wasn't saying which elevation.
Okay, I second it.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Morris?
No.
Commissioner Hacker?
No.
Commissioner Dudnick?
No.
Commissioner Bowden?
No.
Commissioner Sullivan?
No.
And I'm a no too. So, okay, Carlos and Scott, what will we need to do in terms of findings?
For the record, if you could state, and this is referenced a little bit already, I believe as Commissioner Sullivan referenced standards 1 and 2, but if there's standards you feel have not been met and the reasons for the vote to deny, if you could state what those standards are and why they have not been met.
Okay, so we've got to go back to the code and.
No, I think standards 1 and 2. And somebody tell me whether they agree about number 10. possibly number 3.
I think 10 is,
What did you say, Julie?
there's a motorcycle here.
Oh.
10, what about 10?
Well, that's the one I asked about. I thought 10, and I'm wondering about 3.
Right.
So if you don't think it's been met, if you could state what, the standard, the number and what the standard is, and then why you think it's not been met.
One is, here, wait.
So let's then go back to, okay, so first, Scott, let's just identify the standards, then we'll go back. So for sure, 1 and 2, and then are
Scott
there,
wants us to read them and explain why, I think was the point.
okay. Right, no, I just want to go back. Okay, so 1 is every reasonable effort should be made to adapt the property structure or site in a manner that requires a minimal alteration of the property, structure, site, object, and its environment. And so I think, Aleka articulated very well that the barn-like appearance was really, that the alterations with the large windows were really detrimental to the barn-like appearance in comparison to the much smaller windows that had been originally approved.
Again, Mark, you're drifting into what was originally approved, and I think part of our discussion was what was there before. But
There were no windows.
There were no windows at all.
Right, and so
that would have been number 1, and I think number 2, because if you want me to read that one in, the distinguishing original qualities or characters of the structure should not be destroyed. And I think that it was a barn, and when it was a barn, it wasn't a barn with 3 large double windows on above the ground floor. And therefore, I think both number 1 and number 2 apply very much to that situation that we have at that level, what we can call the deck level of the west side. I also think that's true for the south, where there's that large window in the middle of the south elevation as well.
So what do you suggest, Commissioner Dudnick? What do you suggest?
okay, those
standards 1, 2,
3, all property structures and sites.
3, yeah, especially because alterations that have no historical basis. Is that what you're reading? Yeah, I think 1, 2, and 3 apply to all of those windows at, let's call it deck level, on both the west and the south. I mean, the south had a well, I'm not sure it had a window before they.
Yeah, it had the narrow window that probably the architect was basing the proposed windows on.
Had a new window also, the little narrow window.
The narrow window on the south was there, but they expanded it and made it a bigger window.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. What else are we supposed to say, Scott, other than those are examples of where we think those 3 standards.
Sufficient. If those are standards you don't think they've not been met, and those are the reasons they have not been met.
Okay, and then I think number 10, Julie.
Yeah, so 10, whereas possible alterations to structures and objects shall be done in such a manner that such alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and then the integrity of the structure would be unimpaired. Well, I just don't, I mean, all of the openings are so large, it's basically taking a barn and it's making it into a house with windows and doors and decks. And so I don't understand, which is,
that's right.
In this instance, it's not, it's the alterations are such that, they're not going to be removed because you're puncturing the whole skin of the barn, which had like a barn door and a little window. So
What about the single family homes you approved earlier?
Okay, I'm sorry. We're just listing the reasons for our decision. We're no longer, the decision's already been made. I think you guys have hit it all. I know, Aleka, you had a really good analysis to start with. Did we capture everything in your analysis?
I don't know. I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Scott and Carlos, is there anything else we need to record for the record?
I'd like to record one thing for the record if I could.
Listen, the decision's done. It's time to move on. It's late at night and
It's very late at night, and this is a blow against historic preservation. Mark, you voted for this package last time around. This is shocking. What we've done is try to preserve an important Evanston landmark. This is unbelievable. And there's a lot of personal agenda involved, and that's a fact.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so let's move on to the meeting minutes then.
All right, commissioners, to you this afternoon, the minutes for July 14. I received comments from Commissioner Ducknick and Commissioner Hacker. There were minor revisions. So I will ask either of them if they can make a motion to approve. And I will hope that the other commissioners had the opportunity to read the minutes as well.
I move that we approve the minutes of July, what was it, 14th?
Yes.
Incorporating any of the comments received or this afternoon and any ones that you may still receive from other commissioners.
I second.
And hopefully you can edit them all into one package that's coherent. That's the rest of the motion.
We need to do a roll call vote. Yeah, okay. Commissioner Morris.
I wasn't present. Should I abstain?
Commissioner Hacker.
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
And I'm yes, okay. Staff reports.
Oh, have that.
Okay, so quickly, I will be attending joining the meetings for the Environmental Board this coming Thursday and the Utilities Commission on Friday. And Kumar Jensen has sent the packets for those meetings that include the guidelines. And I will be hopefully given the opportunity to address those bodies so I can brief them on what the commission has done to date and basically respond to the questions from the staff and also incorporate some of the comments that were provided to the working group. And after that, I will hope that they can make a decision to endorse the guidelines, and so that we can also do the same formally incorporate those into the rules and procedures at the September meeting. If they don't do that, it might be because of procedural, they had to have in advance the document to make decisions. I'm not sure this is necessarily the same thing, but if we don't do it in September, they are going to meet after our meeting again. So like in this week, their meeting is after our meeting. So we will have to wait until October. I will hope that that's not the case.
So it is a vacuum.
I don't know. I think there's a truck driving through Carlos's office.
All right, are there any other matters before we adjourn?
I just want to say something really quick. So I talked to Jamie just because we were talking about the website. We had a discussion and she had some great recommendations and she has yet to sort of evaluate them, but she is going to. And so there's a little movement in that direction for clarity.
Right. Yes. So when Julie and I talked prior to that, I basically sat down as a not uninformed, but just first time user of the city's website and tried to put myself in that place, and then went through the exercise of trying to find our site. And I think like others did prior to our conversation at the retreat was, you know, the way to stumble into it is difficult. It's like a 5-step process. So we developed some suggestions or requests rather of the city web developers based on that. I have it written in notes, which are not in front of me right now. And so we did that, and then I have not yet written the follow-up email to Carlos to ask for a connection to the web developer so that we can start that conversation. So that was issue 1. Issue 2 is once you get to our site, it's not really intuitive, the path that you follow and how the information is presented. So once again, I printed out all of the material on the site with the intent of looking through it and trying to, you know, organize it in a way that flows so that people get the information that they need. And I have not yet completed that. I will.
Thank you. Thank you for volunteering. Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Nothing like having COVID keeping you at home and busy.
Yeah, it's the fact that the kids never leave my side. So if school would ever happen again.
Anyway. Going to be homeschooling for the next 2 years.
Yeah, home working isn't much better. But,
yeah.
Okay. It's time. It's 11 o'clock. Time to adjourn.
Oh, Yeah,
we
gotta go to bed.
Somebody make a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor.
Who is Judy?
Aye.
We're done.